almost every other shift when the going gets tough.
So we'll have the lineups for everybody at the top of the hour. Paul Maurice said there could be a few game time decisions for Game 3 based on the health of a few of his players. And I think we all understand that Matthew Tkachuk is not 100%. And on the Leafs side, Tanev got splattered into the boards in the third period on, Wednesday night. And I thought, that reminded me of when he went out with the injury. But of course, it's the playoffs, and it's not the same standard as regular season for Hurts. He came back and finished, but I did watch him, and I thought, boy, if he goes out, that's a big loss. But he's okay.
Yeah, that's great to see. And this is the guy that's a warrior, right? He gives you 20, 21 minutes night. Every single night, and he's a guy that blocks a great deal of shots. They had 25 shots last night against the Florida Panthers last game, and he had 5 of those 25. So he leads the charge and just sort of sacrificing his body. And you see him with the toothless grin that he has 24/7. Like he looks like he's 45 years old out there. But I played with guys like that where it just you see this guy who has been in the league forever. He has all the money in the world, and he's going above and beyond to sacrifice himself for the team. Like those are the guys that you win Stanley Cups with. So, fingers crossed that he's not too injured. But you look around the league and you look at the laundry list of injuries that guys have after the playoffs. We're talking spleen injuries, we're talking broken feet, and not just motivator cuffs. There's serious injuries, and it's par for the course around the league. But fingers crossed that Tanev's doing well because he's a big, big part of this Leafs D-Corp.
Think about the Leafs. When you describe what they're doing, you sort of include everybody, don't you? It's not this guy's doing this or this line's doing this. It's the full forward unit. And when we're talking about defending from the blue line in, it's pretty clear that defense will bend but not break.
It's been amazing, right? And we've discussed it, and we're supposed to be the professionals and the analysts and know exactly what we're talking about. And we said this team is only going to go as far as Marner, Matthews, Tavares, and Nylander takes them, right? And you look at the grand scheme of things, I think maybe only one of the 4 have brought their complete A-plus game, and that's William Nylander. So typically in years past that could spell disaster where they easily could have been down 3-2 to the Ottawa Senators. They could have been down or tied this series versus the Florida Panthers, but they've been getting unsung heroism from different players, and that's what the playoffs are about. It's about guys rising to the occasion, guys sort of coming out of nowhere and earning their keep within the folklore of Stanley Cup playoffs, right? And you're looking at some of the big moments, Domi scoring an overtime winner, Benoit getting involved. You saw Lorentz make a great pass to Domi the other night too. Max Pacioretty, who's come off the shelf for injuries and stepping in and being a top 6 forward like at his age, like what an amazing story that has been. So yes, your best players have to be your best players consistently, but again, they've been weathering the storm, which is great defensive play, but all 4 lines contributing, getting on the ice, doing their jobs and playing their role. Regardless of what your identity is, most of these guys are playing their role to a T, and that's why they're having success right now early in the playoffs.
And there's a resiliency and a composure. The line is, the business-like, which really describes it. That Marchand goal early in the second period, 15 seconds in, to give them a 2-1 lead. Normally, in Leaf lore would be a backbreaker. But Nylander scores, ties it, Domi scores, gives them the lead, Lundell scores to tie it, and Marner scores 17 seconds later. That kind of response is almost unprecedented for the Leafs and really timely and really efficient.
Yes, really resilient, right? And typically after that Marchand goal, we're like, okay, let's see what the Habs are doing on Channel 13 , right? Right? That's how my upbringing was, right? The Leafs are leafing again. Let's see what's going on on the other side, on hockey night. But that's what it's about. And guys, stepping up and owning the moment, right? So if this was a game where they're relying heavily on a goal by Austin Matthews or John Tavares to really step up. And, that was sort of, people calling for them to be playing a more complete game, and they've been doing it. But now it's like, where's the offense? Where's the offense? But that noise has sort of been quieted down by the, William Nylander scoring his 6th of the playoffs, and he's amongst the league leaders, right? And Domi, right? No one's really questioning his 5-6 goals that he scored in the regular season because he scored 2 big ones in this playoff series. So the resiliency, but just the comeback. But it's just that swagger that they have where they're down, but they're never out. And Craig Berube, it's not like he's on the bench every single shift, losing his mind, snapping, throwing stuff. He's very calculated on when he pushes the group, when he plays with the ice time, whether he moves guys up or down or sits guys in and out of the lineup. It sort of starts from the coaching staff where there's no real, panic, right? Regardless if they've been down 1 goal, 2 goal, 3 goals, just go back for the last 2-3 months. When have you seen this group turn it into a pond hockey game, going back and forth, giving up, 6 shots in a one-shift segment? They've been just playing very, very methodical. They've been sticking to the system, trusting and believing in the system, and that's where they are. That's why they are where they are right now.
Even Mark Savard has learned to calm down.
It's funny. I don't think he has, right? They have like the savvy meter now or whatever. Yeah. I'm seeing that on social media. People are, but again, there's a lot riding on this right now. Right? And that's what it is, right?
Forget about that, right?
Again, I'd rather that coach that has the passion than a coach that's just sort of standing there all stoic. And yes, we saw Craig Berube mention to him, like, hey, you got to calm down a bit. But that energy feeds off on the players. So if you have a coach that's fired up, that, cares about the group, that wants to go above and beyond, I've had coaches like that. And it's like, here's this guy that's played in the league for that many years and he wants to see me do well. It makes me want to go through the wall and play better for the coach that's showing that energy.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs.
Two music legends honor their hero and friend.
Without Jimmy Buffett, there is no Kenny Chesney. Jimmy's dreams validated my journey and my dreams.
Made it less hypothetical.
The Coral Reefer Band's Mac McAnally and Kenny Chesney share stories and music. Hear it anytime and anywhere with the SiriusXM app. Just search Kenny Chesney.
What's up, insiders? Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It's Game 3 of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Oh, man. What? The Leafs are up 2-0 right now over the Florida Panthers. Let's get after it. We're going down to Sunrise, Florida. The Leafs are on the road, and we've got to be extra loud in the chat tonight. Thank you for hanging out with us. Make sure you check out that video up there where I say thank you to all of you. And I'll say it again probably about 300 more times tonight. Every single donation tonight will be announced live on air. Thank you. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go! Let's get the win tonight. Let's take the lead. Let's put a stranglehold on this series. Don't forget, like, subscribe if you're new. Hit that bell. That way you know when we're on. When we're live hanging out together here on TSI. Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go!
Puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it!
Under Review with Nick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it, there's a chance, rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
SN 1050, everywhere you want it.
Leafs Game Night. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart reporting. Tonight's coach's comment is powered by your Ontario Honda dealers. Get performance and get in the game of the Civic Hybrid. Available now at your Ontario Honda dealer. Here's Coach Berube on not engaging after the whistle.
Well, we harp on it a lot, but it is difficult. It can be difficult. But it's, I think it's fairly ingrained in their heads. Not that anything can happen, right? But we got to keep harping on it because, I really believe it's highly important that it's hard between the whistles, and, the stuff after the whistle really doesn't accomplish a whole lot, in my opinion.
Craig, picking up on that, obviously Marchand's a guy who likes to talk on the ice. Lawton was just telling us he likes that too. Mm-hmm. Do you mind that, or would you prefer him to stay away from engaging with Marchand, like verbally in between stuff?
I don't really care. Like, it's just talk.
What do you like about how Nyes has handled the net front role?
Yeah, and it's going off the whole year with him, right? He's made his living there this year, and he's doing a great job of it still, just on the game-winning goal. I mean, he's right to the net front right away, taking the eyes away of the goalie, and he's done an excellent job of it, and we got to continue to do that with Bob and net. I mean, we got to get to the paint on this guy.
Craig, the way you guys play obviously demands a lot of the players, the shot blocking, the physical play. What do you tell them to do between games? Like, how do you instruct them to gear up so that they keep being able to do it?
Yeah, I mean, rest is important. We know that. I think, the day in between the games is the time to get away from it a little bit and rest. I don't think you need to wrap your head around the game on the day off. I think it's good to get away and get emotionally ready again, physically, on the mental side of it too. So, we try to stress of just good job tonight. It's over with. Get away from it for a day and rest up because, we're back at it again and we need it tonight.
Craig, in terms of shot blocking too, Tanev top 3 in the postseason right now in that category. A player like him, what kind of impact does it have specifically in the postseason?
Well, it's huge. I think, our team has really fed off that side of what he brings to the table night in and night out throughout the year with the all our D have done a really good job of blocking shots and being strong at the net front. So, and he's definitely a guy we brought in here that has made a living out of that, and it's really rubbed off on our team, in my opinion. Highly important.
Okay, so we're going to follow that up with breaking. The Panthers have thrown a lot of the lineup up in the air and have done a shake-up. First of all, for the Leafs, Hildeby's backing up, not Murray. The fourth line for the Panthers was Boquist, Sturm, and Semiskevich. And you remember Semiskevich had that shot that Wall made the big save on in the third period. The fourth line tonight is Nosek, Gadjevich, and Greer. So that's a complete about-face there. And Stu, the top two lines have been shuffled. Barkov, Reinhart, and Rodriguez, Bennett, Tkachuk, and Verhaeghe. So the only line that stays the same is the third line, and yet Coach Maurice mentioned that maybe he would play Marchand up higher, but he's leaving the third line intact and changing everything else. I guess he had to.
Yeah, and again, maybe that's tipping his hand a little bit on a bit of a panic move, right? Where, Maurice is known and notorious for being calm, cool, and collected, and being a great quote where he's very, very short and sweet with some of his answers, because I'm sure he's very, very, disappointed with sort of where they are right now. And just looking at the players that they added to the fourth line, it's almost as if that WWF when they're like, oh, here comes the big show, where all those guys, if you take a look at their hockey DB, I just had to remind myself they're all 6'2", 6'3". 200 plus pounds. So we know what sort of the theme is going to be tonight for that fourth line. They're going to be going and playing that ground and pound style game. They're probably going to be running around, getting physical, crashing the crease. So it's a bit of not a curveball, but a little bit of an adjustment on the Florida Panthers side. And that's what it is. If it's broke, you got to find a way to fix it and try to get a little bit more offense, from the group. So putting some guys on their toes, knowing if you're not having a good game or a good shift, like you might be on the outside looking in, I could think that could be a boost to help the Florida Panthers get back into the series.
And, of course, the other key for Florida is Bobrovsky. He just hasn't looked the way he can, and you would expect that could be rectified tonight. What's your take on his play?
You can't really blame him for a lot of those goals that have gone in, right? Maybe it was the Tanev goal the other night and Marner last game, the game winner, but, he's not playing up to sort of, his play where he goes above and beyond and plays a Vezina style, right? 9 goals against on 49 shots, 814 save percentage. I don't think that's good enough, and I think we can all agree, and he can agree that that's the case. Then, but it goes back to that fatigue factor. He's not 26 years old. He's not a spring chicken. He's been in the league for a while, 36 years old. I'm not saying he's getting fatigued, but again, it's just sometimes, Father Time is undefeated and can find a way to catch up. So I think the key for this team is they have to find a way to insulate them, and I think they just have to clog the neutral zone the way that the Toronto Maple Leafs have. There's been too many foot races, too many broken plays at center ice and chipped into space where it's not really giving Bobrovsky an opportunity to really get set and find the puck. But again, you look at where the shots have been going in, high blocker, high glove. I think he's got to do a better job and just sort of maybe getting to the top of his crease. But this team has won the Stanley Cup last year and gone to the finals because he was playing at an A+ level. I don't think he's close to that in this series.
Keys to the Game is brought to you by Medicare. Medicare Plus. Come in for a Freeman's Express pedicure, 4 locations in Toronto, online at medicare.ca. What are the keys, Stu?
I think the keys, I'll start with the Florida Panthers because it'll be short and sweet. I think for them is a good start. They did have the first goal in the power play against a wall with downhill coming on by Barkov. So the good start is the key for the Florida Panthers. I think for them is not necessarily turn it into a slug fest, right? You don't want to be crashing the crease. You don't want to get up into Toronto's face and really get now onto the penalty kill situations because, the power play has been struggling for Toronto, but they're too good of a team, 35% through the first round to really, be giving them too many opportunities because eventually the puck's going to start going in. So those are the keys for Florida. I think for Toronto, it's just weathering the storm. The first 5-10 minutes, I'm sure Florida's going to come in and play a little bit physical, but continue to clog the neutral zone, but take advantage of a slow starting Bobrovsky, right? Some of those goals have sort of been going in, shooting from everywhere. So continue to get pucks on net. The specialty team's got to be special. Try to get as many power plays as possible and start to capitalize. Because if that power play starts to get hot and Austin Matthews starts, elevating his game, they easily could be up 3-0 after tonight.
How would you rate the Leafs' ability to step on somebody's throat this year?
You know what? I don't
they
think
couldn't in the first round, right?
Yeah, you know what? It's tough to sort of evaluate that, right? Because I think they've been very consistent throughout the game, throughout the season. They haven't given up many third period leads, right? So again, you know what? I'm going to give them some grace and say, you know what? They've been pretty decent on that. But what I've, sort of would like to see when a game is, it's 3-1, you're in the middle of the second period and you get 2 power plays or you get a 4-minute double minor power play, that killer instinct where within that 5-10 seconds you're scoring that goal to put that game out of play. So I think for them finishing the game and putting it out of reach early, I think they can improve upon. But, their record going into the third period is amongst the best teams in the National Hockey League. So, stepping on their noses, not their necks. How about that?
Okay. Yeah, well, a step in the right direction would be the right way to sum that up. So just one more thought here. When you look at the adjustments by the Panthers and that new fourth line, do you think that's an answer to how good the Lawton line is playing?
I think so. And, that was sort of the one advantage where I think the Florida Panthers had is their bottom 6. And obviously the third line, they have been dominating with Lundell, Marchand, Luosterainen. But, Lorentz and Lawton, they've been all over the place, physical, finishing every single shift, being tough to play against. They're not just out there killing the clock. And that has sort of been the fourth line with this group for the last couple seasons. They're just out there killing the clock and, giving the top lines a blow before they come back over the board. So they're actually creating. They're playing great defense. They've earned the trust of Craig Berube where he's not afraid to put them on a D-zone faceoff or who their matchup is against. So definitely that is Paul Maurice sort of showing his hand a little bit where he needs a little bit of a different approach to that fourth line. So he did adjust a bit of the top 6, but that's him showing like, hey, you know what? The fourth line of Toronto, which is now deemed the third line, they've been difference makers.
That's right. The interchangeable third and fourth line for the Leafs. And who thought we'd be talking about how good a job the bottom 6 are doing for the Leafs? Because that was a concern going into this playoff series. We'll step out, set up the opening face-off for you next. Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
It's me, your flower bed, with very, very dry soil. Sad, I know. It didn't have to be like this. If the landscaper had just used mulch, I'd retain more moisture. But there's no use thinking about that now. Cutting corners has consequences.
Build it right. Build it Rona. Rona Week is on. Now until Wednesday. Get Scott's Mulch 42.5-liter bags for only $3.99. Conditions apply. Details in store.
There we go. Now we can put the mic on. What's up, insiders? Yeah, I got you there. I almost did the what's up. All right. Thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. Game 3, let's go. There you go. It's all laid out in the line from the pregame. You all heard it. All 751 plus of you that are hanging out with us, please hit that like button down below. Let's get more hockey fans here in the chat, hanging out with us, getting ready for Game 3. Come on, our buds are this close. Let's get behind them tonight. Let's make it happen, insiders. This chat is already fired up. I'm going to slide it over to the Just Chatting screen here so that we can, do what we do. Go, Leafs, go. Like Brandon said, let's get the chant started. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go.
5-year warranty. Visit your local retailer or Miele.ca. Once a Miele, always a Miele.
Attention Torontonians! The biggest kitchen sale of the year is here. The Zwilling Factory Direct Sale is happening May 3rd to 4th and May 10th to 11th at 4175 14th Avenue, Markham. Save big on Zwilling, Henkel's, Stove, and more. With factory direct discounts on premium knives, cookware, and kitchen essentials. Hurry, these deals won't last. The Zwilling Factory Direct Sale, May 3rd to 4th and May 10th to 11th at 4175 14th Avenue, Markham.
Well, so good so far. The Leafs have battled adversity already in 2 games. 1 goalie down, surviving everything Florida can muster. The Leafs looking to go up 3-0 in this series with a win tonight. How did they get here? Everybody chipped in. Will that happen again tonight? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Oh, yes, they do. Welcome to Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The storyline is not the Leafs lineup because it's exactly the same as it was in the first 2 games of the series, but for the Panthers, they've adjusted. Rodriguez now on the left side of Barkov and Reinhart. Verhaeghe dropped down to play with Bennett and Tkachuk. A new 4th line, A.J. Greer, Nosek, and Gadjevich, and looking for some muscle, some pushback from the Florida Panthers as they are down 2-0 in this series. One of the things that's worked for the Leafs, and believe me, it's literally everything, but the Matthews line with Marner and Nice has delivered in their own way. And here's Austin Matthews on his line's success.
It's just details. They're obviously a hard line to play against. All 3 guys are good players, smart players, are heavy. It's just details, little battles, 50-50 pucks, stuff like that, face-offs. All the little things that go into, the success. I think we've been doing a pretty good job of that, and just got to continue that.
What is it that makes Nice so effective, especially this time of year?
Just a big, heavy body. He moves well, he skates well. He's a hard man to handle, especially down low.
What's working well for you at the dot? Like John was telling us, he feels like you've kind of grown in that department. What do you like about your game in the face-off circle?
I think timing's been pretty good. I think you just try to adjust, depending on who you're going against. Obviously, Barkov's really good in the face-off circle, so it's always a challenge going up against him. But, I think that's just kind of the little details and stuff this time of year that are so important. Winning face-offs, starting with the puck, being able to possess it a little bit, plays like that. Just trying to do all the little things to help you be successful as a team.
Willie stepped up the past playoffs for, but he seems to be another level right now. What are you seeing from him these 2 rounds so far?
Yeah, just seems like he's very tenacious. Obviously, getting those opportunities, he's scoring and just hard on pucks. Obviously, his skill level and all that. Everybody's seen that, but I just think his focus level has been really good for us.
Mitch said that Joe was a calming presence in the crease last game. What was your takeaway about him getting that start and doing what he did?
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think he has just a very calming presence in general, but like I said the other day, we have a lot of confidence in both our goalies, and Joe's shown it before, and so for him to step up, obviously, in a game and go in there and do what he does, like I said, a lot of confidence in him, and he's just going to continue to get better.
Austin Matthews getting set for Game 3, as are we. And again, the big story for the Panthers is they've adjusted 3 of their 4 lines up front. So Nosek, Gadjevich, and Greer. Now the 4th line replacing Samoskevich, Boquist, and Sturm. And you remember Samoskevich had that golden opportunity. Wallman made the big save late in the 3rd period. So obviously the coach Maurice is looking for something to sort of jumpstart the Panthers, who are in danger of going down 3-0 in the series. He had talked about moving Marchand lined up, but that line, Marchand, Lundell, and Lusterinen is their best line so far in the series, and he's not going to mess with that. For the Leafs, it's all status quo. Matthews between Marner and Nyes, Tavares between Nylander and Pacioretty, Domi between Holmberg and McMahon, Lawton centering Yarncroke and Lorentz, and the blue line pairings, Morgan Riley, Carlo, and McCabe, Tanev. Tanev, you recall, got hit into the boards, sort of splattered into the boards in the third period, looked like he was hurt, reminded a lot of us of the regular season injury he had a couple of months ago that kept him out for a bit of time, but he did return and finish the game, so he's back with McCabe and all set there, and Benoit and OEL as well. Wall starts in goal, and the other change on the Leaf bench is Hildeby is the backup goaltender, and not Murray. No explanation on that, and don't know that there's any really required at this particular point. So 5-4, 4-3 are the wins by the Leafs, and you go over those games, and the Leafs are doing things to the Panthers that were done to them in the past, getting the job done in terms of replying, in terms of being resilient. You go back to the last game where they were swarmed really for the last 5 minutes, an empty net, and Florida did not register a shot on goal, and you can still probably have that picture in your mind of that defensive structure and how the Leafs really stood their ground. I mean, this was a real good display, and obviously the crowd at Scotiabank Arena soaked it all up. Now in Sunrise, Florida, the Florida Panthers hoping to do more of the same with their home crowd and get something going and maintain it throughout the course of the game. I mean, this is a real roll of the dice for them. So we'll step out and have Ralphie and Bonesy take over next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
The PGA Championship is coming, and you can hear
What's up, insiders? Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Thank you for hanging out with us tonight for Game 3 of the Playoff Pulse campaign for our Leafs. As well tonight, we have the Jets and the Stars. And Tom is getting ready for his soccer game. But I see these awesome comments here. And please check out the link that is pinned in the chat. Now that the game is flying by, check the link that you see pinned up there. It's in the description as well. And please donate to our page at SickKids Hospital if you are able. If not, please share it out. Do you have anything to say there, Tom?
Thank you for 100K subs. And also, I want Leafs to win this game because it's for a Stanley Cup and we haven't won a Stanley Cup in a really long time. So, go Leafs, go.
He has no idea how long. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Thank you for checking out that page and donating. Remember, every single donation tonight live on the air will be read. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in there.
Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it.
Under review with Nick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio puts you on the ice.
If you're trying to describe what playoff hockey is,
well, the ebbs and the flows, the momentum changes, the willingness to sacrifice whatever it takes, whether it's blocking a shot with your face. Every opportunity matters. You know, we learn an awful lot about ourselves in the playoffs and how you rise to the challenge and are willing to do whatever it takes for the team to be successful.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Panthers cruise.
And then
he's in. Nylander with a shot. He scores!
There were eight.
Draisaitl to McDavid down the right wing to the net. Score!
With the first round behind us, the battles only get more intense.
The whole way by Duhaime. Oh, Wilson! Along the goal line to the front of the net. It's loose. Kachuk with it. A shot. And he scores!
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue.
Follow your favorite team. NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, this show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Florida as they tangle with the Florida Panthers in Game 3 as they are up 2-0. And it's the first time since 1963 that the Toronto Maple Leafs have gone back-to-back in series and been up 2-0 in both series. 1963. 65 years ago, Mr. Ralph. I was around, and I remember that. The starting goaltenders, Joseph Woll tonight, 2-0 thus far in these playoffs, 4.01, 8.75 save percentage. Sergei Bobrovsky is 0-2 in this series, 4.70 and 8.20 save percentage for the all-star goaltender for the Florida Panthers. Face-off is brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan. Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca. Teams at center ice. The referees are TJ Luxmore and Wes McCauley. And we are ready as the puck is dropped and we're underway. Leafs to the left and the Panthers to the right as it's cleared ahead along the boards and now played in over the line. Oh, just out of the reach of Matthews, and he would have been in alone. He comes out with a pass in front of the net. It goes through the blue paint and comes back to the point. Tanev to McCabe. Now to Marner. Marner's wrist shot in traffic deflect. They score! Matthew Nyes! Matthew Nyes! It is 23 seconds into this one, and the Leafs are out in front, 1-0.
I probably shouldn't talk. The Leafs look like
we're doing fairly well here without you, Mr. Ralph.
Story of my career. First of all, Austin Matthews almost has a breakaway. Then Austin Matthews almost scores on a wraparound. And then Mitch Marner with Matthew Nyes and Austin Matthews in front. And Joe, looking at the replay, Austin Matthews deflects this shot off the crossbar. And the rebound pops onto the stick of Matthew Nyes, and Nyes has the Leafs up early again.
Fifth goal of the playoffs for Nyes, and another centering pass, and Pacioretty just missed that. Cleared out at center ice. Bennett gets it in on the right side for Tkachuk. Tkachuk trying to drop it back, but it's picked off by Pacioretty. He's got it ahead, and Riley sends it back in on the left wing with a shot blockered away by Bobrovsky off the stick of Tavares. Whoa, what a start. Played in over the line, and the Leafs are going to get it up on the near boards. Chopped that out at center, and it'll be grabbed off there by the defense, and Schmidt sends it back into the Toronto zone. Joey Woll handles the puck for the first time, teeing it up back of the net. Pass through center ice has gone down into Florida territory. Bobrovsky gives the puck away. Here's the puck into the far corner. Yarncrook trying to jam it out in front of the net. And the defenseman barges into Bobrovsky. The puck still free on the backboard. Cleared on the wing and now played back into the slot for Lawton. Long shot went wide of the goal. And Florida, under siege here to start this game, has it shot down into the Toronto zone. 1-0 Toronto early. Puck off a skate, comes off to the left wing boards. Panthers get there first with Greer, sending it around back of the net. Trying to come out of the corner with it with a shot is stopped by Woll on the short side. And Jake McCabe has some room on the left wing boards, and he's going to get it elevated into the center ice area. Bouncing puck sprang away there from Pontus Holmberg. Long shot taken by Thomas Nosek into the game now. And now we get a pile-up with somebody falling on top of the Leaf netminder.
And this is tough. We saw this happen twice in Game 2. Brad Marchand kicked the skates out from under Joseph Woll in behind the net. And then Aaron Ekblad in the second period. It was still goalie interference. Came in, missed the puck with his glove, and drove Woll into the net. And we talked about it then, Joe, that you knew
that if it was the other way around, it would be looked at as retribution for the Anthony Stolarz elbow that he took from Sam Bennett and would probably be called. This is stuff the officials have got to get rid of, from a safety standpoint, because of what happened, especially earlier in the season. You got to protect the goalie.
So what you're saying, the officials have got to be better, Mr. Ralph?
Well,
you know what? That's the first time anyone has said that in this playoff year. Because I have thought that they have been right on the top of their game. Draw to the right in the leaf end. Well, you're very critical of them. I know. Draw to the right of Wall, scrummed and played back behind the net for Benoit. Benoit trying to get away from the forechecking of Evan Rodriguez, and the puck is stolen, and Marner is out at center. Passes up on the right side for Matthews. Stops up at the half boards, and then a spinning shot was directed into the corner by Bobrovsky. Played back out at center and down to the Leaf zone. Marner and McCabe getting the assist on the early marker from Matthew Nyes, who has the puck out at center ice again and muscles it to the blue line, but doesn't get it in deep. Now here the Panthers in over the line, trying to get it into the corner. They do, looking for a man in front is Bobrovsky, but it comes around the boards and all the way down into Florida territory.
I think that goal's going to change, as I'm sure Matthews redirected the Marner's shot.
I agree with you. Played up at center ice off a stick. Turnover again. Maple Leafs back in with Nylander. Trying to split the defense and got a shot away. That was blocked. And the rebound is played off the boards and out at center ice. Brandon Carlo for Nylander to Carlo. Looks for his defenseman. Then goes up the middle and finds Pacioretty. Left wing 5 for Riley. And then a shot by Pacioretty on the drop pass. Ends up going off a stick and up into the screen and out of play. So everything you wanted to do coming into this game. Sit back. Make sure you take the brunt of the attack. Don't get too running around. Let them have they're going to push, so don't break. That's exactly what the Leafs did.
For the first 22 seconds. Well, until they opened the scoring. Boy, we had some quick goals, right? Nylander to start the series. Brad Marchand 15 seconds into the second period of Game 2. And now Matthew Nyes 23 seconds into Game 3.
Face off to the right of Bobrovsky is scrummed, but the Leafs come away with it. Then get a shot on the goal, and that was stopped by Bobrovsky. 4 shots for Toronto already in this first period. 16 and a half minutes to go in it. Lobbing pass to center, broken up. Leafs send it back in, but I don't think anybody touched it, and a linesman has called an icing, and the linesmen are Trevor Knorr and Scott Cherry this evening. Wes McCauley working his second consecutive game.
Yeah, got in as
which is a very rare situation.
Yes. It was actually a substitution. A linesman left the game.
And he couldn't wear his own jersey because he would have had an armband on it, right? So he had to wear a linesman's number and a linesman's jersey when he went in to take over for Shandor Alfonso, I guess was the injured one. Played down into the Florida zone. Along the boards is Rodriguez getting it up on the wing, and out come the Panthers with a pass on the left wing for Anton Lundell. Taken to the boards by Lorenz. Lorenz backhands it back down to the blue line. Jones is there. Got it ahead for Mikola to the right wing side and into the zone. A pass into the slot area. Partially broken up, but carried on now by Luosterainen. Luosterainen around back of the net. Has it taken away by Benoit. And he's got skating room to his liking on the near boards to chip it ahead and get some help there from Pontus Holmberg, who gets it down into the corner. The puck comes around the wall to the blue line and out. And this has got enough to go for icing. And so it'll be brought back into Florida territory as we have played 4 minutes and 24 seconds into the first period, and the Maple Leafs leading by a score of 1-0. They still have not changed that assist. It should be Marner, or Matthews and Marner getting the assist on the goal. Draw to the right of Bobrovsky.
Be great to get this line going. I know Max Domi scored when he was out with Lawton and Lorenz in Game 2.
Domi won the face-off, but unable to shoot it was Bobby McMahon. And you just really think that Bobby McMahon's going to score an important goal. He has it back of the goal now, trying to work into the corner. Got it back on the slot, and a one-timer by Domi is taken on the chest by Bobrovsky.
Now, in fairness, the ice time hasn't been there for Bobby.
They've become the fourth line.
Yeah, and that's where even when Nick Robertson at times, people would say he's not scoring, and you look at the ice time, it's 10, 11 minutes a game when the top guys are getting 22 or 23, so you have to temper your expectations just a little. But certainly for Bobby McMahon, it has been a long time between goals.
Draw one, and then quickly whistle down on a hand pass on a face-off infraction.
Bobby McMahon, Joe, it's now been 19 games without finding the back of the net going back to the regular season. Just 2 assists in that stretch.
Sergei Bobrovsky has given up 10 goals in the last 3 playoff games, including the clinching victory over the Tampa Bay Lightning in games 1 and 2.
So nothing he could do on that one.
No. Played down into the corner. Leafs are able to launch it high to center ice, but out of the reach of Marner. Panthers get it ahead, and they'll backhand it down into the Toronto zone. Riley given a jolt on the boards. The puck along the wall is tipped out off the stick of Marner. Racing after it, Riley chipped it in over the line, but well out of the reach of Marner. And the Panthers have it back in their own zone. Marner trying to get to it was Nyes, and he's managed to produce a turnover as it comes back out into the center ice area. Jake McCabe gives it off to Nylander. Flipped ahead, and Pacioretty gets it in a little bit deeper. Now Bennett along the boards. Puck turned over at the blue line, kept in by Tavares on the far wing. Tavares with it again to Pacioretty. Pacioretty trying to get it back to Tavares, but it was out of his reach, and it is cleared out and down the ice. Haven't had a wide shot of the arena to see how many Leaf fans are in attendance as the puck comes in on the left wing, and a pass in front of the net. Tavares wrapped around, scores! Johnny Toronto! 2-0 Toronto! Holy Mackinac, what a start in Game 3!
And Joe, this all starts at the Leaf end when Chris Tanev takes a hit to make a play where the Leafs eventually get it down the ice. He got absolutely drilled by Carter Verhaeghe, knew it was coming. And then Max Pacioretty finds Tavares on the far side. Tavares misses it on the backhand, but says, I got another way to get to the net. And that's circle the net on the wraparound on the backhand and tucks it in. Past Bobrovsky, and another point for Max Pacioretty, who has been a huge story for the Leafs since entering the playoffs.
5:57 the time of the goal, and the Leafs have a 2-0 lead. Pushed out at center ice. Yarncrook couldn't get it in. It's cleared back into the Toronto zone, but it's going to be an icing. And then, whoa, now, wow. Jonah Gadjevich all of a sudden has become the toughest guy in the league. Trying to get a run at the Leafs well after the whistle in behind the net.
Yeah, this is what the Leafs have to stay away from, right? Let Florida be the team that takes the dopey penalty after a whistle in a scrum. We just said if Chris Tanev is going to take a hit from Verhaeghe into the boards, you can take a face washing to get on a power play.
Face off in the Florida zone. 2-0 Toronto. Leafs out shooting Florida 5-1. Nosek being warned on the face-off as Domi leans in, but the Panthers win the draw, and the pass comes up to A.J. Greer. He can't get into the Leaf zone cleanly. The puck bounces into the corner, though, and now fed around the boards by Oliver Ekman-Larsson and chipped down into Florida territory. Schmidt trying to work up the boards, couldn't get there. Now Bobby McMahon is all over his man Kulikov. McMahon working the boards. Too well covered there, but now Nosek will get it out into the center ice area, and Schmidt plays it up on the right side for Marchand. He had it stripped away from him, and Brandon Carlo goes after him. Marchand with a hit on Carlo. Centering pass didn't reach its intended receiver, and the Leafs play it around the boards, but it's cut off by Marchand. Marchand getting it back on the boards, and Domi trying to get it out as it comes to the point. Long shot, knocked down and smothered by Wall. And a big pile up right at the Leaf goal crease, and Brandon Carlo, just a small little play. Who was the, well, we can't see because they panned away from him. Who was the player? It wasn't Marchand. There was somebody else was going to get in on top of Wall, and Carlo just almost picked him up and just said, "Pardon me, you're going in the corner." It is 2-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Multicultural. International. Undeniable.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Leafs. Holy Mackinac, we've passed 100,000 insiders on Toronto Sports Insider. The Playoff Pulse campaign is unstoppable. Your support means 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue keeps helping sick kids with life-saving care. Let's aim even higher. Subscribe now and join this amazing community making a difference. Together, we're showing sick kids the power of sports fans worldwide. Let's keep growing this global community.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
16 out of 32. If you know your math, that's 50%. In the last calendar year, Jake, 50% of the teams in the National Hockey League have made a coaching change. That is absolutely ridiculous. Either coaches in this league just suck. So they've been the scapegoats in this league for years and years and years, decades. It's an epidemic at this point.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
PM on TSN 1050.
Very good friend of ours, Chris Clark, who was involved in the broadcast for so many years, telemedia and everybody else. His wife, Sue, is in hospital. Amanda, their daughter, has told me that she is listening and watching all of the Leaf games. It's Sue Strong, and we're wishing them all of the best. And
absolutely.
Just a great family. And Amanda got in touch with me, and glad we're able to send along our best. Played out at center ice, and the Leafs get through center with Matthews across the line, denies. Spinning move to Matthews! Oh, what a play! And Bobrovsky comes up huge right there. That was as close as 3-0 as possibly could have been.
And this,
what a play!
And this is a 2-on-2. Mikkola and Jones are the defensemen. And Matthew Nyes does the spinnerama and then throws it to the front of the net on a backhand where Austin Matthews redirects it, but into the equipment of Sergei Bobrovsky. Shots are 6-3, but the Leafs easily have been much more dangerous than the Florida Panthers. And I'm obviously talking about more than the 2 goals they've got up on the board already.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, for those that were going to question the...
Well, I know that, yes. Draw one by the Leafs. Carlo to his defense partner, Morgan Riley. Shot goes off a leg. Carlo chops at it. Got it in a little bit deeper, but the Panthers get it out into neutral ice, forcing Morgan Riley back into the near corner. He misses a hit, but gets it up on the boards, and the fight starts there. Now, here's Barkov trying to come to the net, and he does and scores. The captain of the Florida Panthers, Alexander Barkov, gets them on the board.
I think, Joe, originally Morgan Riley tried to clear it up the boards, hit the referee.
Tell me it wasn't Wes McCall.
And it was kept in. And then Barkov takes it to the net. And this is when, Morgan Riley hits the official. And then clearing it up the boards. And I don't know if this goes in off Morgan Riley. Yeah.
It does. Yep. Yes, it goes off Morgan Riley, and it went off T.J. Luxmore, the other official. So the Leafs give up one on a bad break. Seconds after it looked like it was going to be 3-0. So The Panthers have some life and are on the score sheet as a rolling puck goes down and is smothered by Sergei Bobrovsky.
And in a situation like that, it's a bad break in the sense that it's not like the official is trying to get in the way, right? You've got 10 guys coming at you at the corner to the right of Joseph Wall and Morgan Riley. If he makes the play, though, he just gets it around the back of the net and out of danger.
So, in fairness, the Leafs have scored all 3 goals.
Yes.
Puck down into the Toronto zone. Trying to get to the net was Luosterainen. It goes around back of the goal, and Tavares starts back up ice for the Maple Leafs, banking it off the boards for Pacioretty. He sends it into the far corner. Nylander got there. Nylander back of the net for Tavares, looking for Pacioretty in front, but the puck was intercepted. 11:46 to go in the first period, 2-1 in favor of the Maple Leafs. Down into the corner on the far boards, Pacioretty ties his man up. Tanev was able to get it out, and at center ice, it'll be played in on the right side for Yarncrook as the Leafs are in the midst of a line change. He'll get it in deep, but it is grabbed off now by Sam Bennett. Here's Bennett coming out of his own zone. Pass intercepted by Toronto. Fed back in neutral ice and brought in over the line by Calle Yarncrook. He stops it up and plays it around back of the net. Lawton is in there along with Yarncrook looking for a loose puck that comes to the side of the goal. And they're going to finally get on top of it. But now it's the Leafs' alleged fourth line who's piling in on goaltender Bobrovsky as Yarncrook is going to have to untangle himself.
What the official is pointing at,
the puck was free. It was up against his pad, but it was not covered.
We got a penalty?
I don't know. We can't see the penalty box because of the screen here. They're showing us.
I thought the referee
bunch of
pointed at something.
Pretty good elbow throw on it. Willie Nylander.
That by Marchand. Yeah, Scott Lawton. The puck is loose on the left pad of Bobrovsky, and Lawton trying to jam it in.
And Yarncrook got filled in by Tkachuk, who continues the face washing.
Yeah, I think
afterwards.
Tkachuk
I think Tkachuk's got a penalty. Yes, he does.
Well, the Leafs have said all along, right? You don't retaliate, make them pay.
Well, the power play is brought to you by your Subaru dealers. Hurry to the all-in-one event as the Leafs win the face-off, and a shot is swallowed up by Bobrovsky. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru.
Leaf power play just 1 for 8 in this series. They started off in the first 3 games against Ottawa 5 for 9. But since that point, have gone just 2 for 16 in the 5 games coming into this one.
This is an enormous power play right here. Draw to the right. Tavares has been waved out, and he and Matthews have dominated the faceoff circle thus far in this series. And this time it is won by Florida and shot down the ice as Sam Reinhart won the draw. Marner will go back to retrieve it. Little head fake and drops the puck back for Matthews. Matthews through center. Nylander is trailing, but Matthews carries in over the line to Tavares on the right wing boards. Tavares back to the blue line to Marner. On the wing for Nylander. Into the corner for Tavares. Back to the point it comes. Nylander closing. Doesn't shoot it. Down low. Tavares a shot. That's got a crowd in front of the net. And it is shot out and down the ice by Florida.
No pay dirt yet, but the power play looks dangerous.
Here's Matthews starting out of his own zone. Drops the puck back to the trailer. It's Nylander. Nylander through center to the line. Drops it for Matthews. In over the line on the left wing side. Back for Matthews! And he deflected that on goal, and a good save made by Bobrovsky. Leafs trying to come away with a loose puck in the far corner. Stolen, been cleared, but not out. Marner keeps it alive. Marner into the corner for Knies. Knies stops it up. Matthews can't get to it. And out come the Panthers to center. Anton Lundell will backhand it, and it is grabbed there by, wow, and a late hit by Lundell on Marner. And TJ Luxmore was standing right there. Oh, you can see the Panthers are desperately trying to get the Leafs goaded into things.
And yet, Matthew Tkachuk's already taken a penalty for trying that. Great opportunity by John Tavares. Got it to the net. Austin Matthews before that going to the net on a another redirection that he tries. Yeah, this is a cross check right in front of the referee. Marner's laying at his feet, looking up, going, "Hey, bud."
I was going to say it couldn't have been any closer because he landed at Luxmore's feet.
Get the face off in the Leaf zone with the second unit out.
9:45 to play in the first period. 2-1 Toronto. And the draw won by the Leafs. It'll go back down into the Leaf zone.
Max Pacioretty scored with the second unit.
Here's Morgan Riley. A pass in over the line, down into the corner. McMahon trying to get it out in front as it comes around the boards, but Oliver Ekman-Larsson couldn't keep it in, and it's back down into the Toronto end. 11-5, Toronto with the shot advantage and a 2-1 lead. Right wing side, Oliver Ekman-Larsson set it in, but it's going to be offside. And another late hit. That time by, was that Ekblad, I believe? Yep.
Yeah, and then the look around as if, I
didn't hear the whistle, yeah.
So it looks like the number one unit's going to come out, even though there's only 10 seconds left.
I think the term sneaky dirty has been used a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, and like we said, when you go back to the very first penalty that was called in this series, Max Domi for
cross-checking one.
And nobody could find the replay of it.
Shot out and down the ice by Florida, and that will do it for the power play. The Leafs had a couple of good looks early, but have not been able to expand their lead. Brought out at center and Marner, flipping it in over the line and into the left wing corner and goes in there after it against Jones. Rubs him up against the boards, the puck along the wall. Marner got it freed up, but then unable to dig it out in front. It comes back to the point to Tanev. Tanev over on the far side for McCabe. Now to Marner. Marner with a shot in traffic. Block, big rebound. Comes back to Tanev. Tanev to McCabe. McCabe's wrist shot is high over top of the net. Far side, Matthews battles in there with Niko Mikkola. And the Panthers can't get the puck out cleanly, and now they do. But back-checking diligently there was McCabe, along with Nyes, as a long shot goes well wide of the Leaf goal. Kept in at the point, and a pass into the slot. No one there except Scotty Lawton. And Lawton sends it high down into Florida territory. Chasing after it is Kulikov. Overskated it, but is able to get back to retain it and gets it out into neutral ice. Brought on now by Schmidt. He'll shoot it into the Toronto zone. 8 minutes to play here in the first period. Leafs up a goal, a centering pass, comes back into the slot, a shot, and that deflects off a body to the near boards. Schmidt sends it purposely wide of the net and back of the goal. Battling forward, it comes back to the point. Kulikov keeping it alive. Now to Nate Schmidt, and a drive into the glove of Joey Wall.
And the Leafs are going to get a penalty. Thibaut Benoit took down Matthew Tkachuk. It was Brandon Carlo. And Tkachuk saying, "Look at my chin. It's got to be 4." But this is a dive. So Matthew Tkachuk says, "You giveth, and we're going to take it away."
So the penalty kill is brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa.
What's up, Insiders? Go Leafs, go! Game number 3. Come on, Maple Leafs, let's get the win in Florida in a building that means a lot to me and my family. We are due for a spring cleaning here. Spring is in the air and my allergies are on fire because of it. We're cleaning up the shop on our website, TorontoSportsInsider.com. We just passed 100,000 subscribers and all of the OG Insider merchandise and the old logo is gone. You just saw that video. What do you think? You guys like the new video? Let me know in the chat. Do you like the new logo and the new rebrand now that we are a massive community of 100,000 plus insiders? 100,529 to be exact. Insiders, you rock. Thank you for helping change the world, one insider at a time. The comments on these last few videos have been absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I am going to be responding to every single one of them over time. I promise you that. Just got to digest all of this as we go. Go Leafs, go! Back to the hockey! We'll see you back in there.
I know you are. Yeah. Face-off coming in the Toronto zone, and Brandon Carlo has been penalized. And the Leafs leading 2-1, and the Florida power play in this series is 2 for 5. Leafs now 1 for 9 with a man advantage thus far in this series. The draw is scrummed. It goes into the corner. Panthers come out with it to get it on the point to the far side, and a shot. Joey Wall got over there to make the save on Tkachuk. The Leafs get it to the line, but not out. Kept alive by Reinhart. Left wing side for Barkov. Barkov back to the blue line. Kept alive by Verhaeghe. Far side now again, looking for Tkachuk. It goes to the side of the net, and the shot was well wide, and it's caromed all the way out and down the ice into Florida territory. Back to retrieve it is Seth Jones. Jones dropping the puck back. Brought on by Sam Reinhart. Reinhart hits the blue line. Off escape to Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe gets down into the corner. Rings the boards to find Tkachuk at the far half boards. In back of the net it goes for Barkov. Now to Verhaeghe. Back to Barkov. Barkov holds back of the net once more. Tkachuk getting it into the corner. Verhaeghe holds back to the side. Tkachuk with it once more. Looking in front of the net. Pass across. Barkov can't shoot it. When he did, it looked like it went off the shoulder of goaltender Joe Wall. Kept alive by Tkachuk. Dropping it back to the defense and into the corner. Looking for Jones. It comes back to Tkachuk. Tkachuk works to the half boards. A shot. That's wide. Barkov leaning for it and is able to keep it in. Jones gets his pass over on the far side, and a shot went wide, but Barkov has the rebound again. Half a minute to go in the power play, and it's been all down in the Leaf end. Barkov with it once more. Challenged by Benoit. Left wing side. Pass back in, goes off escape, but Barkov has it. Back to the far side, it goes for Reinhart. Reinhart down low. Centering pass. Reinhart shot it off the goal post. Rebound comes back. Barkov to the blue line. Jones holding. Back from Tkachuk, shot blocked. Leafs are too tired to get to it to get it out. Penalty is over, but they're still under siege. One fresh pair of legs is on the ice, and that is Carlo. Played around the boards, but not out. Shot down into the corner. Brandon Carlo gets it ahead, and Nyes, who gets exchanged, is able to flip it in. Brilliant piece of defense there by the Leafs on the penalty kill. Played out at center, and in over the line is Marchand. Dropping the puck back. Big save by Wall. And the rebound bounced over Marchand's stick. Nylander fails to get it out. Marchand spins it back to Forsling. A shot. That deflects and goes up into the screen.
Hey, they're not on the number one power play unit even, but the Marchand line has clearly been the most dangerous for the Panthers. And Morgan Riley may have put the first one accidentally into his own net, but he was right there when Sam Reinhart put one off the crossbar. So the Leafs get a bad break, then a good one to hold on to a one-goal lead.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs radio.
Gear up for an MLS doubleheader this weekend on Sirius XM FC. First, Minnesota United host Inter Miami.
He's in, Messi! Oh yeah! It's a show tonight!
Then the New York Red Bulls take on the LA Galaxy.
It's Fagundes! What a strike!
Coverage kicks off Saturday at 4 Eastern in English on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming in Spanish on Soccer and Espanol channel 1999.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederick Anderson, number one goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extensions.
Yeah, good organization that have high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those
the haters are out tonight.
And
Cut the audio. The haters are out tonight, and man, we've got a hockey game on our screens, in our ears, hanging out here on TSI we've got a battle. It's 2-1. The Panthers have come real close a couple times here. Come on, buds. Let's get that next goal. Look, you say fake enthusiasm? Come on. It's like hockey. Have you ever played hockey? Do you understand the game? You put in a shift. You go hard. When you jump over the boards, you play hockey as hard as you can. For what, 30 seconds, a minute and a half max? Come on. Fake enthusiasm. Let's go, Leafs. Let's get the next goal. Let's make it 3-1. Come on, buds. Go, Leafs, go.
Heart Radio app, TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
Matthew Nyes and John Tavares stake the Leafs to a 2-0 lead. Bobrovsky made an unbelievable save on Austin Matthews that would have made it 3-0. But then Alexander Barkov deflects a puck, and it goes in off the stick of Morgan Riley. And it is a 2-1 Toronto lead here in the first period with under 5 minutes to play. Brandon Carlo playing the puck out at center, and it'll be an icing call as Pacioretty couldn't get it. Pacioretty got a 4-game point streak going.
You and I were talking.
Where was he on your bingo card at the start of the playoffs?
I've already apologized for my lack of faith, but I thought because of the age, because of the injuries, because of the time off.
Yeah. No.
I don't think anybody predicted this.
Draw to the right of a wall. Won by Florida. Back to the point it goes. A long shot is bouncing towards the net, and it goes into the near corner. Tavares chases his man but can't get it away from Rodriguez. In along the near boards, Barkov to Rodriguez, looking back for Barkov. Still with it, tried to get a shot away. That was blocked by the Leafs, but they failed to get it out. Barkov into the corner with Tavares chasing. Now Carlo chases him. It's dropped back into the slot area for Ekblad. He couldn't get a shot, and the Leafs are going to get it out into neutral ice. Carried back into the zone, though, by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He gets it ahead for Carlo. Carlo, a pass on the wing for Bobby McMahon. He fails to get it out. Brought in on a close play at the blue line. Now McMahon blew a tire to allow the puck to go to the side of the net from Marchand. The puck is still free back of the Leaf goal. They continue to battle for it. It's into the far corner, and Marchand getting it back to the point. It comes out over the line, and it is offside.
Well, it has been all Florida since their power play. And a lot of times you get a power play doesn't score, and if it's not effective, it can be a momentum stopper. And the other team builds off it, but because Florida had some good looks, they've just continued here.
Wall's made a couple of good saves.
Yeah, Lundell trying to redirect one from the goal line that Wall was able to get over and steal off the short side. Shots on goal now. They were 10-4 at one point for the Leafs. It's 11-8 now.
McCabe dropping it back. Tanev gets to the red line, shoots it in, bounced into the corner. Schmidt trying to get around back of the net with Yarncrook chasing him, and he'll get it out at center, but the Leafs have it there. Played back into neutral ice, brought in on a delayed offside by Florida, and Chris Tanev will drop it back now for Jake McCabe. McCabe up the middle, cross the line, and it'll be rolled towards the net. Easily stopped there by Bobrovsky. Panthers get it out and down the ice, but icing waved off by the linesman. Cleared by Wall to the corner. Played up on the wing, and now the Leafs come out on the right wing side with Brandon Carlo. Carlo's going to send it in. Challenged there by Mikkola, but no hit delivered. Played up on the wing, and out come Florida with a break now with Nico Mikkola getting it down into the far corner. Round back of the net. Carlo got a piece of him, but Mikkola gets it around back to the blue line. Kept in by Verhaeghe. And then a whistle, and we can't see anything because we've got a tight shot of Max Domi.
And judging by Max Domi's reaction, I think the Leafs are being penalized again. Well, I believe the same referee who missed the cross-checking call against Mitch Marner, PJ Luxmore, who is 2 feet from the infraction, has now called 2 against the Leafs, including a roughing penalty. Oh, wow.
Really? That was it? Could have been an elbow. I mean, Domi's arms were up. So they're calling it roughing, but I think it's more of an elbow. But penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks.
Leafs do not have a shorthanded goal yet here in the postseason.
Go out of the right of Joey Wall. 2:47 to play in the period, and the draw won by Florida. Back to the point, swept around into the corner, cut off there by Jake McCabe. Got it ahead to Matthews, lead past Marner. Breakaway and a penalty coming. Marner in a goal! Boy, there could have been a penalty shot here as well.
There's already a holding the stick penalty coming, but they could have called 2 on this play. It was a delayed penalty, Joe, and Marner had the breakaway. And you could easily have called another holding penalty as Marner got to the net. So we're going to play 4-on-4 for 1:46. Talked about how the Leafs, and it was right off the face-off.
Verhaeghe, right?
Yeah.
Grabbing the stick of
Tanev.
Chris Tanev, yes.
Boy, the great
But we're
pass.
getting the replay now on Marner. And, well,
maybe
Jones
not.
kind of reached around him, but I don't think he grabbed him.
Yeah.
You're right. On live action, it looked like
it
was
like
a hold.
Yep.
So 4-on-4 here for 1:44, and the Leafs will get an abbreviated power play. Panthers back in their own zone. Aaron Ekblad sending it around back of the net. The Leafs 2, Florida 1. Barkov starts out of his own zone to center. He hits the Leaf line, dropping it back. Puck taken away nicely there by Matthews. So much has been made about Matthews not being the offensive catalyst, but the defensive specialist that he has been.
And
on the Barkov line has been unbelievable.
But he has looked sharp tonight offensively.
Well, he had that wonderful chance, didn't he? Here's Nylander up on the right side for OEL. He'll shoot it in. Tavares is out there now for Toronto. Puck goes around back of the net, and here comes the little ball of hate formerly with the Bruins. Marchand to the line, chopped at, knocked down, puck comes free to him. Marchand with it again, dropping it off on the wing, trying to drive the net, a centering pass, and it's intercepted, and the Leafs have an odd man rush going. Right wing side, Nylander into the slot, and it was intercepted as he tried to find Morgan Riley, who was the trailer in the rush. Brought back in over the line by Jones. Broken up by the Maple Leafs. Tanev takes it back to the net. Plays it off on the far side for Morgan Riley. Riley will carry to center. He drops it off this time. Nyes carries in. Nyes with a pass back into the slot. And Pontus Holmberg had it taken away there by Kulikov. Leafs on the power play in 10 seconds time. Less than a minute to go here in the period. Cleared into the Toronto end. Round back of the net for Tanev. Now the Leafs on the power play for just a dozen seconds. Tanev steps out from behind his own goal. Carries to the blue line. Played it up on an open wing, but it was cut off easily. Schmidt with a long shoot in on goaltender Joey Wall. Tanev gives it back, and Marner starts out. You can see why Chris Tanev isn't on the power play. Brought back in over the line for Matthews. Matthews back to the point. Carlos sends it into the corner and around to the far side to Marner. Back to the blue line. It's going to sail all the way down into the Leaf end. And it is Wall playing it over to Carlo. Oh, and he got belted. No idea if he's back up on his skates, but I assume so. And a shot by Matthews. Rings high over top of the net with 2 seconds left. Time will run out.
Verhaeghe spins as he tries to get the last shot off. But boy, Austin Matthews, Joe, he had room over the right shoulder of Bobrovsky. And a perfect setup by Marner, who pulls up inside the blue line, throws it to Matthews for the one-timer. But Brandon Carlo took a pretty hefty belt as he got back into the Leaf zone.
Yeah, they haven't shown him on the screen, and obviously we can't see the bench because, well, we're not there. But the fact is that
and it's a clean hit.
Clean hit, but they cut out to see. I wanted to see him get back up, and he looks like he's all right. So We'll wait and see how things go here when we start the second period. So the Maple Leafs have a 2-1 lead after 20 minutes of play. We'll ship it off to Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 10.
Hey, I'm Megan Kelly from The Megan Kelly Show. Every weekday, we bring you open, honest, and provocative conversations from all sides with some of the biggest names in politics, culture, and beyond. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, JD Vance, Austin Gabbard, Bill Maher, Tucker Carlson.
Grateful to be here.
You are not going to want to miss my one-on-one full show sit-down with Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy.
And you made news.
I'm pretty good at making news one way or the other.
Megan Kelly Show from the SiriusXM headquarters in New York. Available
I see
now on the
awesome comments here. And please check out the link that is pinned in the chat. Now that the game is flying by, check the link that you see pinned up there. It's in the description as well. And please donate to our page at SickKids Hospital if you are able. If not, please share it out. Do you have anything to say there, Tom?
Thank you for 100K subs, and also I want Leafs to win this game because it's for a Stanley Cup and we haven't won a Stanley Cup in a really long time. So go Leafs, go!
He has no idea how long. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in the chat. Thank you for checking out that page and donating. Remember, every single donation tonight live on the air will be read. Go Leafs, go! See you back in there.
And the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending.
All right, intermission. It's still 2-1. The penalties. What a chance there for Mitch Marner. Oh man, that one would have been nice right there at the end of the period, but it didn't happen. Go Leafs, go! This chat is flying. So awesome to see everybody tonight. There you go. I just had to run Tom again because, man, thank you to my boy Tom. He is doing awesome right now with soccer. Go, Evo, go. And just had to get him in here today with this game because I can't be there tonight. I'm not at the game watching tonight. I'm here watching our buds and hanging out with all of you fine people all over the world. All right, let's get back to the intermission report. Let's see what they have to say about the first period. My thoughts are unbelievable start. Could have been better overall. But still, I love the physicality. That hit by Benoit, oh my God, that was insane. Let's go. Check that link that's pinned in the chat. Let's get some donation to SickKids Hospital tonight. Let's get those notifications coming in here on the phone, and we'll see you back in there. Go Leafs, go!
M91.
I might be just a little extra tonight, just on purpose, and maybe because we just passed 100,000 subscribers. But whatever. I'm a little jacked up, all right? I'm a little excited. Let's get the win tonight, boys.
The whole way by Duhame. Oh, Wilson! Along the goal line to the front of the net. It's loose. Kachuk with it. A shot. And he scores!
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue.
Follow your favorite team. NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
TSN 1050. Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Now to Marner. Marner's wrist shot in traffic. Deflect. They score! Matthew Nyes! Matthew Nyes! It is 23 seconds into this one, and the Leafs are out in front. 1-0. As the puck comes in on the left wing and a pass in front of the net. Tavares wrapped around. Scores! Johnny Toronto! 2-0 Toronto! Holy Mackinac, what a start in Game 3!
Oh, yes, it was, but it's now 2-1 for the Leafs over the Florida Panthers after 20 minutes of play. After 20 is brought to you by Subaru. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru. Jim Taddy and former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, that was a monumental start, and the Panthers eventually woke up, but you can take nothing away for the Leafs for just jumping on what was there, and there was plenty.
Yeah, great start by the Maple Leafs. They almost had the start that Florida was hoping to have, but they came out firing in all cylinders. My shots count at one point were 11 shots to 4, and started with the first shift, right, where you saw Austin Matthews sort of get caught below and almost get a breakaway there, and they just got in on the forecheck, got pucks, put pucks on net, and ultimately Matthew Nyes putting it away to make it 1-0. And another great goal a couple of minutes later. It starts with Tanev absorbing a check, McCabe absorbing a check, and getting another rush opportunity, eventually hitting John Tavares to go in for the wraparound to make it 2-0. So, we discussed the killer instinct at the beginning of the show here, and for me, on that power play that they got on the Matthew Tkachuk, that could have easily made it, 2-3-0, 3-1 there to find a way to sort of not put the game out of reach, but to really give you a little bit of a comfortable lead as Florida made it 2-1 a little bit later there. So, a good start by the Toronto Maple Leafs. Florida had a bit of a counterpunch. They were hemming Toronto in for a little bit, but for Toronto right now, going into that period up 2-1 on the road with the opportunity to go up 3-0, they're in a great position.
And the Panthers are awake now, and what they're doing is physically going after the Leafs. Every play, every hit, they've out-hit the Leafs 24-10 in that period, and they're out to maul you, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And, good job on the referees on calling that call on Matthew Tkachuk, right? They could have easily called one maybe on, I think it was Yankroke there crashing the crease, but you saw, Florida almost goading Toronto into trying to, get them to take a penalty. So again, the good job of just calling one there as you want to keep the game in check and not have it sort of get out of hand. But, Florida's MO, and you saw it with the fourth line getting out there and, taking the body. Hits right now are 24-10, in favor of the Florida Panthers. And, that is sort of their game plan. They want to try to, help, make this Toronto defense almost break. But again, they've been doing a good job of bending, this entire series and not breaking. So, this game is anything but over. But, if I'm Toronto right now, I'm saying, hey, this is a great start. It's 20 minutes. We have another 40 here. Let's not let the game open up. Continue to play the game the right way, make the most of our opportunities. And if we now finish with 5 or 6 power plays here, we got to find a way to break this, great penalty kill that the Florida Panthers have.
Yeah, really, the Leafs have to find a way to deal with this, just because, really, the series momentum is at stake here, isn't it?
No guy. Well, I was going to say just right. Momentum is not owned. It's leased, and it shifts from shift to shift. So you have to find a way to keep that momentum. Yes, they didn't. They had the penalty kill where they actually lost momentum, but then what happens, right? Florida could easily have made it, 2-2 and tying it up. But what happens right off the faceoff? They spring Mitch Marner for a breakaway, and then they make it a 4-on-4. So that momentum shifts from shift to shift. And Toronto's done a great job of countering it. When they give it away or they lose it for a small period of time, there's a big moment or someone makes a big play where they get it back. So, we can sit here and try to poke holes a little bit in Toronto's defense, but if I'm them, all the pressure is on the Florida Panthers. It's not on Toronto. They've been playing some great hockey. They've been weathering the storm, and ultimately they've been getting saves and making some big defensive plays at key moments. So, if I'm Craig Berube in that intermission, guys, hey, you know what? It's a quick speech. You're going in there, hey guys, great job. Let's find a way to stay out of the penalty box. Let's capitalize on whatever opportunities we have, and let's just continue to keep this momentum rolling here.
Well, and nobody expected the Panthers to go out easy. This is them doing what they do, and they're going to see how they can push this.
Yeah, it's a great team, right? And you're seeing Barkov sort of leave the charge there, and a bit of a bad bounce off O'Reilly's stick to make it 2-1, but a good thing we're staying positive here. We're not going to overanalyze that play. I'm sure Morgan Rielly would want that one back, especially just sort of breaking the puck out a little bit cleaner. But Florida, they force you to make mistakes and unforced errors because they're just so big and fast and heavy. And so I think for Toronto, I think they got to be a little bit, keen on icing the puck, not being afraid to ice the puck or get it out, right? Don't overthink it. Just try to get the puck quickly as up ice as possible there too. But Florida's been great. They've been playing a good forechecking style. Barkov, I mentioned too. You're noticing Jones playing some good hockey. Lundell on the third line continues to be a thorn in the side of Toronto Maple Leafs, but Toronto's doing a great job weathering the storm.
If anything, the Florida goal fortifies all the hitting because there's 2 hits that create the play, albeit it goes in inadvertently off Morgan Rielly, but that was the start of a pretty aggressive forecheck. What really works for the Leafs is the face-off dodge, 67-33. That's dominant.
Yes, and last game they were dominant as well too, and I'm sure that's a point of emphasis for the Toronto Maple Leafs, because you want to be able to not give up possession, and this is a Florida team that thrives in the other team's zone. They just wear you down and grind you and make it so tough to play against, where it forces you to almost give the puck over or not make the greatest play because you just want to get it off your stick because you're tired of getting run over. So you saw that on that first goal, but for me, on that Tavares goal, when you break it down, like Tanev got smoked, and he still made a great play. He made his D-to-D pass to McCabe. McCabe absorbed a big hit. The defender, he actually fell the Florida Panther forechecker, and he got that puck up ice as quickly as possible to get in on the forecheck and ultimately get a rush chance goal. So if I'm Toronto, yes, that hurts. It's tough to play against. It's very, very tough. You're going to need some ice bags in between the periods, but your spirits are up when you find a way to get the puck up ice and ends up in the other team's net. That definitely makes it worth it.
Stu, thanks very much. So goals by Nyes and Tavares, 2-0. Then it becomes 2-1 on the Barkov goal, and that's where we stand after 20 minutes of play. Toronto 2, Florida 1. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
People often ask me how fast I am. Oh, 1 sec. I just went to Bali and back. I'm also fast when it comes to helping people. Like when I helped Bill. His company vehicles were being serviced, and I was able to help him with a business loan. He got the transport trucks they needed, and I got to honk the horn.
There you go. Just missed TSI, Allison. You just missed Tom. I'm not going to run it again, but I'll send you the video that I got here of it. All right, we've got this going. That's it. Second period. Refill the drinks. It's time for me to make a drink. This is water. Still. Who's getting the next goal? Next goal is crucial to this game. If our buds can get an early goal right off the bat, kind of like they started out the first period, that would be nice, and we would be in a good spot. But I expect the Panthers to come out really strong, especially Marchand. Oh, God, I can't stand that guy. He just... Anyways, let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in there. Anybody? Link that's pinned? Any donations to SickKids tonight? Let's go. Let's get on it. I got to see who the last one... The last one was from Bradley Martin. Thank you, Bradley, for the support. Let's keep it going. Lots of other names to list off from the past as well. Go Leafs, go.
Now I have a craving for pizza.
You came to the right place. 241 Pizza is Canadian owned and operated using the freshest ingredients from local suppliers.
Great! How much for a large 2-topping pizza?
Right now, just 12 loonies and 99 cents.
241 Pizza really is Canadian.
100%, eh? 241 Pizza, 241, oh, 241.
Attention Torontonians! The biggest kitchen sale of the year is here. The Zwilling Factory Direct Sale is happening May 3rd to 4th and May 10th to 11th at 4175 14th Avenue, Markham. Save big on Zwilling, Henkels, stove, and more. With factory direct discounts on premium knives, cookware, and kitchen essentials. Hurry, these deals won't last. The Zwilling Factory Direct Sale, May 3rd to 4th and May 10th to 11th at 4175 14th Avenue, Markham.
Share the love this Mother's Day with a free gift from Pandora Jewelry. Right now, get a limited edition sterling silver bracelet free when you spend $135 or more. Or receive a 14-karat gold-plated bracelet when you spend $295 or more. From iconic charms to sparkling necklaces, rings, earrings, and more, there are so many ways to say, thank you, Mom. So on Mother's Day and every day, tell her how much she means to you. Hurry, our free bracelet offer ends May 12th. Shop Pandora.net or visit your nearest Pandora store today.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go to town for a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Just one other game tonight. It goes in Winnipeg. Stars and Jets will face off at about 9:30 or so. Dallas has a 1-0 lead in that series. The Leafs lead the Panthers 2-1 after 20 minutes of play. And in the first period, Bobrovsky stopped 11 of 13. At the other end, Wall stopped 9 of 10. 2-1, Leafs lead. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs.
They've done it again! They've done it again! The New York Knicks take both in Boston!
Boston.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of Sirius XM.
The ego was out of control for the Celtics. It was amateur hour.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
They become scared in a big moment.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
That is not championship basketball.
The Celtics are in disarray. I have no idea what they're doing.
Live sports talk when you need it is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederick Anderson, number one goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extensions.
Yeah, good organization. I have high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate
with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stiller.
Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Tyler, so yes, it is different. So it was on Tiltify through the Create for SickKids kind of gaming and streaming program, which they have actually stopped now. So they're no longer using Tiltify. It is directly through SickKids Hospital and their fundraising platform on their website. So yes, it is a little bit different, but it is straight up through their system now, which eventually, according to Samara, our rep, who we have our meeting on Wednesday, hopefully the series can be done by then, we will be discussing the process and everything like that. But yes, more than just a few clicks, but every donation helps. And I'm going to go through right now and add one in just from, maybe we'll do all the super chats from I'll take the second period and calculate all the super chats and add that donation in during the second from the first 3 games here of the streams. Let's go. Come on, buds. And I'm going to fix that the screen there so you can see the goalie stats from the Panthers as well. I forgot who suggested that, but here we go. Back to the play-by-play. Go Leafs, go. Like W said, live stream game audio, Gamecast and chat, hangout. Come on, people, read the title. You got this. Go Leafs, go.
2-0, and the second period is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. And a lot of the lads in the Unionville Recreational Slow Pitch League are enjoying a lot of Molson products as they go through their draft whilst watching the hockey game. And I had to announce the very first pick of the draft, and I announced that it was Shedeur Sanders. much to the chagrin or surprise of all of those old farts who are playing in this league.
I'm just thinking of all those guys sitting around in their suits waiting for their name to be called and
exactly
come down to the
at
podium.
The Unionville, yeah. At the curling club in Unionville. Yeah, it's a lot like the NFL draft. I must admit, there must be 250,000 people out on the ball diamond.
Yeah. Well, Leafs have to get back to the start they had. First 10 minutes of the opening period, they dominated the Panthers, but as Anthony's
puck is dropped. Sorry, yep. Rafi, trying to help out those who are hanging in there with us. Yep, syncing it up. But you're right. Puck back in the Toronto zone, off the back of the goal. Played up on the wing. The Leafs are going to get it to the line. Nyes gets it out. And Marner trying to come through center. Slid off and it goes into the far boards. And Nyes ran his van heavily to the sideboards right in front of the Florida bench. McCabe misses a hit. But you can certainly see the Panthers are trying to finish every check that they can. Played down in and around the boards to the far side. Tipped in front of the goal, but then shot down the ice by Florida on an errant pass. And an icing call will come here against the Panthers.
By the way, that goal by John Tavares, Joe, and we mentioned this before coming on the air to each other. It's the first point he's had since taking that elbow in overtime from Artem Zhu. And not saying that he hasn't been effective. Saw him go to the net in the first goal of Game 1. But certainly great to see him back on the score sheet.
Draw to the right in the Florida zone. Scrummed. The puck comes in front of the net. Flipped to the line, but it won't clear. And now it does as the Leafs poke it out themselves. Nylander up on the far wing. Played in by Tavares. Pacioretty goes into the corner after it. Finishes his hit there. The puck comes out, and now Barkov gets it ahead for Reinhart. Reinhart will send it down into the Toronto zone. Barkov bumping there with a defenseman, and it goes off his stick as Carlo got his stick in the way, and up into the screen it goes. And the second period starting a little slower than the first one that already had a goal 23 seconds into it when Matthew Nyes from Marner and McCabe got the Leafs going.
They still haven't changed that, have they?
No. I'm with you. I'm with you. Every time we've seen it.
It looked like it was a redirection from Matthews.
Yeah. Face off in the Toronto zone. Scrummed. The puck comes back to the point. Kept in by Florida. Around back of the net. Lawton couldn't get it away initially. It comes back to the point. D to D now to Kulikov. Shot. Knocked away by Wall. Into the corner. Benoit with a good hit. Puck is played up on the wing then by Lorenz. And the Leafs will poke it out into the center ice area. Florida get back to the red line and shoot it back in. Benoit trying to reverse the puck along the boards, but it was blocked. Lawton plays to the far corner. Benoit got it up on the wing for Yarncrook. Yarncrook in a battle, but it doesn't clear. Comes into the slot area. Good play made there along the boards by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And it's cleared up on the near wing, but the Leafs are still in their own zone. Benoit battling his man as the shot goes wide of the Leaf goal and back of the net. Sam Bennett coming out on his backhand to the point. It comes to Kulikov. Wrist shot coming. Where is it? Oh, caught up in the equipment of Benoit. He was trying to decoy the officials there, wasn't he? A little bit, Robbie?
Well, he decoyed his teammates.
Yes,
too.
He did. Lawton gets it down into the offensive zone, but now here are the Panthers back in over the line. Nosek with a shot. That's blocked. A rebound. Good save made by Wall. Another shot coming. A backhand in front of the goal. Good pressure here from Florida. Down into the corner. Ekblad and a whistle.
I think Florida's got a penalty for a trip. Bobby McMahon was taken down.
Interference is going to be the call, I believe.
And Bobby McMahon was taken down. Trying to chase down the loose puck, but Joseph Wall comes up with his best series of saves here in this game. Save off the wing. He took off the shoulder and then kicked out the right pad on the rebound. Nosek dropped it. And who was it? Gadjevic. So two players inserted it into the series for the first time, come up with a scoring opportunity. Yeah, as Ekblad was bringing it down the boards, A.J. Greer took down Bobby McMahon.
So the Leafs to the power play. Brought to you by Subaru. Leafs win the draw. Marner plays it over on the far side. Matthews into the corner for Nyes. Back to Matthews. Matthews to Marner at the left point. Down into the corner. It'll go to Nylander. Nylander back to the blue line. Marner with a rush shot. Scores! Tipped in front of the net. Nyes was there. I think it goes off his stick, but it could be Tavares who was right beside him. Never mind. It's 3-1.
And Tavares the first to the bench for the high fives. And this is how the Leafs had success against Ottawa. It wasn't the fancy through the seam pass one time or into the empty net. It was a wrist shot from the point and either a rebound or a redirection. And Mitch Marner threads it through the legs of Sasha Barkov, who's coming out to challenge him at the point. And John Tavares simply redirects it. I think this, Joe, glances off the Florida defenseman at the side of the net. It might have been Forsling. And past Bobrovsky, and the Leafs are back up by 2.
Tavares' second goal of the game, his fifth of the postseason. Third goal by way of the power play. And the Leaf assistant captain has got the Leafs out in front, 3-1. Puck down along the boards with McMahon sending it down into the corner. Now Tkachuk. A rink-wide pass comes to center. Brandon Carlo knocked it back, but it is cleared down into the corner for Morgan Riley. Riley played around the boards. Tkachuk took a run at him. And then Tkachuk takes a dirty hit at one of the Leaf defensemen there as he tried to slew foot him.
And some of the calls in this game have been interesting, haven't they, compared to the non-calls? And, I mean, you do understand. I mean, there was a missed call in overtime between Edmonton and Vegas.
Oh, boy.
And within 2 minutes of that missed call, we'd sent Braden McNabb to the dressing room. Edmonton ended it in extra time. But I mean, it is, the pace. We know we get the replays, we get to watch from a different vantage point. It's a difficult game to officiate, but boy, it's important.
Played into the corner on a face-off win by Florida. Carlo takes his man down. Puck along the boards into the corner again to the side of the net. Couldn't come out with it, and it's cleared down the ice by the Maple Leafs, and there'll be an icing charge. That power play was brought to you by Subaru. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru. So the Maple Leafs are 1 for 3 with the man advantage. They are now 2 for 11 in this series with the man advantage as Tavares scores from Marner and Nylander at 2:52. So Willie's got himself 2 more points and another icing coming here against Toronto.
What we've really seen, even though the Leafs score on the power play, it's right back into the Leaf end on the Florida Panthers with the forecheck. As the Domi line will stay out once more.
Rodriguez has been given an additional assist on the Barkov goal. Shot from the face-off win, went wide of the Toronto net, played around back of the net by Reinhart to the left point. Kept in there by Florida. Chipped around back of the net. It'll come to the near corner for Ekblad. Trying to center, he does, and a shot deflects to the goal line. Down! Where's the puck? The referee's right on top and waving it off. No goal. But if you can find it in that maze of bodies, Brandon Carlo is there, and he's just kind of shimmy, shaking out past the goal line a little bit. Let's make sure we're all happy here. Where is the puck?
Now you've got 4 officials there looking.
There it is in the blue paint.
I think the one thing you have to realize is we're going to get a good look at it here. Boy, that was right on the goal line. Brandon Carlo swept it back under Joseph Wall. This was, I mean, it wasn't enough to go in.
Did you see what stick he was using? A broken stick.
Yeah, but that's not reviewable.
No.
Wait, what do we got here?
Well, they're looking at something. His stick had been broken, and I thought it was the knob of the stick, but it wasn't. So this,
but it's not reviewable.
No, that's not. No, that's
the only thing they can look at. He
breaks his stick.
Oh my God! And then he may have covered the puck with his glove. I'm not sure that's reviewable either. And that's a penalty shot if he's covered it. I mean, I do believe the only thing they can look at is whether the puck crossed the goal line or not. And I don't believe it did. But there were about 9 other infractions that went on.
I don't think he covers. If he covers it with his glove, it's in the net.
You do see the puck over the goal line. But when did the whistle go?
Well, we're gonna.
We finally
looked at here.
Yeah, we finally got a look at it. And was the goaltender being pushed into the net?
So now all of a sudden you've got.
Well, this may count.
Oh, there's the puck in the net. Yep.
After reviewing the play, the puck completely crosses the goal.
3-2. Looked like the Leafs dodged a bullet, but they got nicked. And the Florida Panthers, I believe Sam Reinhart might have been the last Panther to jab it across the goal line. And Florida's come right back to within one.
Boy, that was a goal line stand, though, wasn't it? My goodness.
This is the danger, Joe, of continually icing the puck as well, isn't it?
I mean, the Leafs have been 55% on the face-offs, but yeah, there's no question the puck goes in over the line. And it is 3-2 here with the teams trading goals thus far in the second period. But what would have happened if it was ruled no goal? I don't believe that you could review the fact that he was playing with a broken stick that kept the puck out of the net. So it is 3-2. And it is cleared right back into the Toronto zone. Tanev trying to get down there, knocks his man down, and it is Jake McCabe getting it up for Matthews, and up the pass goes to Marner. Marner in over the line, trying to drop it back, and it's cleared to center ice where Tanev will shoot it right back down into Florida territory.
And number 5.
Here's the Panthers bringing it out of their own zone. Rodriguez will shoot it in. Around the boards it comes to the near side. Bouncing puck goes to the Leafs, Benoit, and they'll get it high to center ice. Pacioretty got it in over the line, but without any control. Al Marchand misses a hit, and the Panthers get it in over the line, but it goes off the skate of Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Pacioretty around the boards for Marner. Marner will get it to the line, and out. Benoit absorbs a hit there from Tkachuk. The puck brought back in over the line. Odd man rush here, trying to go to the net. They score! Verhaeghe set up beautifully there by Sam Bennett to tie the game.
Yvon Benoit stood up to make the hit just outside the Leaf blue line. But once Florida got control of the puck, he was trapped, and the 2-on-1 coming in was perfectly executed. Mitch Marner just couldn't force the puck out to the neutral zone. It just got out over the blue line. And then Bennett with Oliver Ekman-Larsson diving to try to take the pass away. Bennett holds on to it long enough to get around Ekman-Larsson and throw it back to the top of the crease, where it's easily snapped in by Carter Verhaeghe, and another Leaf 2-goal lead has disappeared here.
Reinhart with his third, Verhaeghe with his third. And it is a tie, 3-3.
Craig Berube has called a timeout. That worked. Is that game 2, Joe, that he called it?
Yep. Just to get everybody settled down a little bit.
And with Sam Bennett as well, I don't think Joseph Woll thought he could get the puck across the crease because he bit hard following Bennett to the post. But really, since the Leafs have gone up 2-0, it has been all Florida.
Played back into the Toronto zone, and Tanev goes back to recover the puck. Chris Tanev steps out in front of his own goal. Looks up on the right wing, then carries to center and is going to slap it in. Round on the boards, it is Ekblad trying to get it freed up in the corner. Barkov is tangled up there. Tavares is tackled, and so is Pacioretty trying to kick it free, and he does to Nylander. Nylander's pass is gobbled up, though, and brought out at center as Verhaeghe gets it up on the wing, and Rodriguez gets it the rest of the way into the Toronto zone. Leafs with it in their own territory. Long lead pass for Tavares in over the line and into the corner. Chopped back in the net by Nylander. And now here the Panthers working out at center, but it is knocked off a stick and into the Leaf bench and out of play. 13:53 to play here in the second period. And the Florida Panthers have scored 2 quick goals to tie this game at 3s. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hello, 241 Pizza.
Hi, I know I should be buying Canadian, but right now I have a craving for pizza.
You came to the right place. 241 Pizza is Canadian owned and operated using the freshest ingredients from local suppliers.
Great! How much for a large 2-topping pizza?
Right now, just 12 loonies and 99 cents.
241 Pizza really is Canadian.
100%, eh?
241 Pizza. 241.
Hey everyone, Adney and Verk here to talk about our great podcast, NHL Unscripted with Verk and Demers.
Jason Demers here. After playing 700 NHL games, it turns out I have an opinion or two. Whoever's saying trade one of them, you don't know anything about hockey. I'm on the bandwagon. I'm rooting for this team. With new guests every week, we will talk about hockey and more.
Can't wait till you watch this movie because it's the biggest award of her career.
He went into the cheetah exhibit. The cheetah took a piece out of him, and he came into the ring the next day.
Tune in to NHL Unscripted with Verk and Demers, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, It's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph. We've got Cameron Moore pushing. Oh, no, he's in charge. How could I possibly say he'd be pushing buttons? Josh Poulos pushing the buttons. Cameron Moore's behind the glass thing here, acting like a big shot.
Hard to believe the shots were only 15-13 favoring the Florida Panthers because we said right up until Barkov's goal, 7:38 into the first period that made it 2-1. It has been all Florida, and it looks like they've got their swagger back.
Face off in the Florida zone. And the Panthers getting warned or thrown out? Thrown out. Yep, so Greer will move in to take the draw with Scotty Lawton, but the Panthers control the face-off and bank the puck out at center. Chip back to the red line, but quickly shot by Gadjevich back down into the Toronto end. Brandon Carlo gets it out at center. Yarncrook sends it down into the corner. In goes Lorenz. He can't come up with it. Puck back out at center ice for Florida and fed to an open wing. And then it is shot into the Toronto zone by Greer. Puck comes back along the left wing side, and a shot from an angle is covered up there by Wall. And Greer slides in to create a bit of a disturbance, but a face-off will come in the Toronto zone nonetheless. 13:22 to go here in period number 2. Game 4 will be Sunday night, 7:30 start. Note the start time. So Mother's Day. Get everything done and then settle in for game 4 of this series. Face off to the right of Joey Wall. Matthews won it cleanly. Back to the net, cleared along the boards and chipped out and down into the Florida zone off a body, so no icing. Mikkola taken to the boards efficiently. Marner around back of the net with it. Got it back to the point. Shot coming in traffic that was deflected wide. And now the Panthers get it out into the neutral zone as Marchand's pass was deflected by Marner back into Florida territory. They try to stretch things out by playing it around back of the net. Played off the boards then by Mikkola to center. Tipped back for the Leafs to the line. Marner couldn't get in over the line. Panthers again to Marchand. He drops it back to Marchand, trying to drive. Good play made there by Jake McCabe to deflect it down into the corner. McCabe around back of the net, but it comes to the near wing. Ekblad keeping it alive for the Panthers as they go back to the point with it. Now a shot coming, and it was deflected wide. Another shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. At back of the net, it is grabbed off there by Benoit. Benoit for Pontus Holmberg, ahead for Domi. Domi back for Holmberg. One man back, Holmberg in over the line from an angle, and the shot is swallowed up by Bobrovsky and held for a face-off in the Florida zone.
It's tough to get back to this show. What they were doing in the first half of the opening period, what Florida's doing now. Chip in, pucks deep, be physical, get in on the forecheck. Jake McCabe did a great job, a sprawling play to knock the puck off the stick of Brad Marchand, who was taking it to the net from the left wing circle. And Luce Ferrainen, I thought, maybe got away with
a bit of a knee, eh? Yeah, I agree.
Well, it looked like McCabe might have lost the blade on that play as well.
Leaf equipment guys are busy on that on the bench. Face off in the Florida zone. Tavares to take the face off, joined by Nylander and Pacioretty, but it is won cleanly and flipped high to center ice now by the Panthers, who can't get into the Leaf zone cleanly at first. Rodriguez then had his shoot in block, and on second effort he'll get it down in back of the Toronto goal. Wall trying to play it along the boards, got it up on the wing. Knocked back now by Florida. Played into the corner, out of the reach. It comes to the side of the goal, knocked back into the corner by Wall. Florida with it again, but a pass intercepted by Tanev. And Tanev gives it off to Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who plays it ahead for Nylander, who circles back in his own zone before playing it ahead.
Too many men.
Too many men on the ice. It was right in the middle of an exchange. Nice and...
Well, now, they might be just saying it was early substitution, hitting the guy going off. I don't know if this is going to be a penalty.
So I'm assuming that's what it is. We haven't been able to see the official make the call. Pacioretty was getting off, and nice.
And the good thing was Pacioretty didn't touch it.
Attempt to touch it.
Yeah.
11:37 to go in the second period, and the game is now tied 3-3. A 2-0 Toronto lead evaporating, and it really should have been 3-0. I mean, the save Bobrovsky made on
Matthews direction, Matthews line out to take this face off.
Back again in the Toronto end. And being waved out of the face-off circle, I believe, is Lundell.
Well, the two linesmen, are communicating.
So Luosterainen moves in, then draw one cleanly by the Maple Leafs. Played around back of the net for Morgan Rielly. Rielly's pass through center gets down into Florida territory. Matthews chases. Nyes unable to get to it. And now here are the Panthers getting it to the Leaf blue line, where it's quickly played back by Marner to Rielly. Rielly got it ahead. Nyes barrels down into the corner after it with Seth Jones. Can't get a hit in on him. Marner unable to block it, and the Panthers bring it through the zone into the Leaf end. But diligent back checking by Austin Matthews took it away. Now to Morgan Rielly. Shot down into Florida territory. Played back to the net by Mikkola, but stolen back by Scotty Lawton. Into the corner for Marner, trying to center, and it went off a skate and went wide. Then the Leaf falls in the corner. Who is that?
Lorenz.
Yep, Steven Lorenz. Unable to play it. Yarncrook trying to chip it along the boards. Lorenz swinging it around to the near side. Benoit pinches to keep it in. Coming out from behind the net. Lorenz with a shot. That was blocked. Lorenz gets it again and gets it back to the point. Shot into the glove. Or deflected, rather, past the glove of Bobrovsky and up into the screen. Play whistle down.
Probably the best push that the Leafs have had here in the second period. They do have the power play goal by John Tavares, but not a lot of offensive zone time 5-on-5. 10:27 to go. Leafs are up 2-0 and 3-1 in this game, and Florida's battled back 3-3 here now in the second.
Face off in the Toronto zone. 10:27 to play in the period. Draw scrummed. Cleared into the corner off the goalkeeper's stick. Back of the net is Domi. Domi working it back to the point. Here's Oliver Ekman-Larsson with a shot that caroms off a body and goes wide. Domi is manhandled and thrown to the ice by Kulikov. And a penalty is coming here to Florida.
Holding is going to be the call. I think Max Domi sold this pretty well, as Kulikov has words with the official as they both head towards the penalty box.
Personally, I thought it was a double arm bar.
Yeah, well,
one of those great wrestling moves, Mr. Ralph, personally. But
yeah, I think.
But in wrestling, things are sold, as you well know. Not everything is as you see it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a pretty good hold, but Max decides, I think I can just let the feet come out and go down. And the Leafs have an opportunity once again with the extra man to take the lead.
Power play brought to you by Subaru. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru. Tavares to take the draw. Johnny Toronto has got two of them and wins this faceoff. Back to Marner. Into the slot for Matthews. Pass across and deflected away from Nylander. Nylander working the boards, but it is stolen and back to Matthews. High slot, still with it. Now to Marner on the near wing. Marner looks to the corner and finds Nylander. Back to Marner. Marner to Matthews. Centering pass. And Nyes couldn't get his stick on it before it was deflected away by Bobrovsky. Leafs with it back in their own zone after it was iced. Matthews starting out with it. Minute 25 in the power play. Matthews to the line, in on the wing for Tavares. Back to Matthews, who was just out of his reach. Matthews knocks his man down, but the Panthers are able to get it out into the center ice area. Marner working it up on the left wing for Nylander, who gains the zone. Works down to the half boards on the near wing. Cycles it back to Marner, cutting to the front of the goal. In the slot, doesn't shoot it. Down into the corner for Matthews. Back to Marner to Willie, a shot. And that went off a body and went wide. Cleared on the boards, but not out. Tavares keeping it into Marner over on the far side to Matthews. Austin Matthews holds. Captain at the top of the circle, now into Tavares. Tavares back to the point to Marner. Marner holds. Off a stick, though, and it's going to be Nosek getting it out and down the ice. Now the Leafs turn the puck over, but they are going to regain it in their own zone. 23 seconds, second unit on. Shot in by Morgan Riley. Domi after it on the far side along with Pacioretty. Pacioretty can't come up with it, and out come the Panthers at center with Marchand working against Riley. Marchand in with a backhand. That went off Riley's stick and over top of the goal. Marchand unable to come up with the puck, and the Leafs with a second left in the power play get it down into the Florida end for Pacioretty. Pacioretty around back of the net. Bobby McMahon couldn't knock it down, and the Panthers get it out at center. Leafs 3, Panthers 3. A delayed offside here, going to be whistled down, and it'll be brought back out into the center ice area. Leafs power play really didn't get a chance at the net, or at least didn't engineer one, and as a result we remain tied 3-3. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
I'ma need some whiskey glasses. Why you gotta be so heartless? I had some help.
Morgan Wallen's musical universe just got bigger.
I can't wait for people to hear the new concepts and new things that we were able to say on here.
Dive into the brand new album, I'm the Problem, plus hand-picked music from friends and influences.
Morgan Wallen Radio, my very own channel.
Now for a limited time on Channel 57 and at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it.
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio puts you on the ice.
If you're trying to describe what playoff hockey is,
well, the ebbs and the flows, the momentum change.
All right, insiders, what a little start there we had to the second period. Man, oh man, the Leafs listened to me, didn't they? They sure did. Jumped out, got that goal, and then everything I said went right out the window. It's what it is. It's just what it is. That's how it goes. We're up to $710 raised. We got a bunch of donations coming in there when I was talking about it last time out. So thank you to Andrew Hurd for $25 donation to SickKids Hospital. Tyler, thank you for asking me the questions about the whole Tiltify thing and all that. CX for more on that. But Tyler with a $100 donation. Thank you, Tyler. Oh, God, Joe's back. One more. And Bradley Martin as well. Thank you. Let's go. Adding the super chats in right now. Go, Leafs, go. Come on, we need a goal here.
Number 20. Well, he did. That got the Leafs off and running, but it is a 3-3 tie here now in the second period. Played out at center ice. Here's Tkachuk in over the line. Tried to drop it off. Cleared away from Bennett by goaltender Wall. Now around the boards to the far side. The Leafs reverse it, and it is played by Benoit out into the center ice area. Lawton pushing it a little bit further, but Yarncrook couldn't come up with it. And then as it's shot towards the Leaf zone, it is deflected up into the crowd and out of play. Leafs 3 and the Panthers 3. Shots are as even as you can get, 15-14 in favor of the Florida Panthers.
This is really not the series we were expecting. as we're getting now 2.5 games in. We thought it would be the low chance, low opportunity, but both teams have shown that they can score quickly and in bunches.
Draw control by Toronto. Fed off a stick down into Florida territory. Bobrovsky leads it there. Marner into the forecheck. Got it into the slot area, but Matthews was too well covered. Bennett will shoot it back into the Toronto end. Down the boards goes Oliver Ekman-Larsson to get it along the wall for Tanev. Up on the wing for Marner. To Matthews. His backhand doesn't clear, though, and a shot whistled wide of the net from Ekblad. To the near point for Jones. Back in around the boards. Matthews had a chance to clear that and didn't get enough on it. Now he saucers it out at center for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He'll get it the rest of the way into Florida territory. Nyes into the forecheck, but couldn't come up with a hit as Lundell gets it out and down into the Leaf zone. Out of the goal comes Wall to play it around the boards for Riley. Riley gets it ahead. Tavares gets it out, but not far enough because it's shot right back in again into the Toronto end. Back of the goal, Riley playing it along the boards and out off a body down the ice, but it's going to be an icing call against Toronto, and it'll come back into the Leaf end. A 3-3 tie. Boy, for what you thought was going to be a low-scoring, hard-hitting series.
Yeah, low chance.
Low chances. I mean, the shots on goal reflect that, but the scoring doesn't.
One thing the Leafs haven't really had is an opportunity off the rush in this game.
Leafs have scored 12 goals in the 3 games thus far, and we're just past the halfway mark of game number 3.
They did not score more than 2 goals in a game 2 years ago when these two teams met in a series that was 1 in 5 games. But Paul Maurice is upset at something.
Yeah, he's watched something on one of the tablets and giving it to the linesman on the whistle here.
Maybe he's saying the puck didn't come outside the line.
Yeah. Here's Benoit dropping it back. Jake McCabe coming out with it with a pass for Nylander. Up on the wing, Pacioretty chipped in over the line. Willie couldn't haul it down, and Tavares was unable to get it away there from Barkov. Out come the Panthers with a long lead pass that's gone down into the Toronto end. Grabbed off by McCabe and banked out at center ice. Interesting, McCabe and Benoit now a tandem here, at least on this rush. And now here the Panthers with a pass into the slot. And it's kicked away, and Nylander, who was going to the bench, is able to get it out, but not far enough for Max Pacioretty. Leafs will get a change started now.
Right, Ekman-Larsson and Tanev, Joe, have been out a few times together in this game.
Here's Benoit and McCabe, and a shot that's blocked. It goes around back of the Leaf goal. A centering pass, intercepted. Marner looks up ice and finds Benoit. He'll get to the line and in on the left wing. Rings the boards with it before taking a hit. Down the boards, Matthews couldn't come up with it. Cleared along the wall, and out come the Panthers. 4:56 to go in the period. In the slot, a shot scores! Oh my! Joey Wall will want this one back.
I think it's going to be Tomas Dosek, who had 1 goal in 59 games in the regular season. His first game of the playoffs, and this is a wrist shot from long range. I don't know if it hits anything, but it goes off the blocker and into the net. Yeah, I think this is straight in. There is some traffic in front, but he overplays it. He overextends the blocker to his right. It hits off the inside of his blocker and catches the net.
So for the first time in this game, the Florida Panthers have the lead. It's 4-3. Trying to claw their way back into this series, down 2-0. And we get a whistle in the center ice area.
Let's be completely honest. The first 2 wins in Toronto, there were a lot of bad goals given up by Sergei Bobrovsky. The winner by Mitch Marner in Game 2. You had Chris Tanev's goal, a wrist shot from the point that bounced in. And now the Florida Panthers have their first odorous one here in this series.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums
for the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties, the porch hangs, to pride celebrations.
Where in the world are you watching from? Let us know in the chat where you're hanging out with us here on TSI. Let us know your city and province, city and state if you're in the USA, or let us know your country with that flag emoji from all over the world like you see right there on our website. The link is in the description. This is the number that will go down in infamy. 1,685 total visitors to our website. Seeing some of those visitors most recently from Germany, the United States, Canada, Sweden, Belarus, and the Philippines. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for letting us know where everyone is watching from in the world and hanging out together, making a difference. We're SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Go Leafs go. Let's get back to the chat. Come on, get louder, chat. Let's go. I want to see lots of Go Leafs goes in the chat. I want to see a lot of cheering on our boys. Come on, Willie. Let's go, Captain Matthews.
And they have a 4-3 lead.
I mean, they have been the better team. Leafs got off to the great start, but since then it has been all Florida. I mean, you talk about getting fortunate breaks. The better you play, the better the odds of getting them. Like we said, just 1 goal in 59 games for Nosek in the regular season. And his first playoff game produces a go-ahead goal.
Now, Dennis Hildeby is the backup goaltender tonight. Anthony Stolarz did not make the trip, which is pretty standard. If you are suffering from any kind of a concussion, you're not getting into altitude in an airplane. So he is not in Florida. Domi in his own zone, flipping it ahead for Pontus Holmberg. Got it ahead that Bobby McMahon couldn't come up with it. And the Panthers have it back in their own zone. Long shoot in, goes into the Toronto zone. Panev got his man tied up. Leafs got it to the line and out. And then it's brought back in offside, but it's a delay that is going to be allowable to have the Leafs bring it out. Brought down the left wing side for Holmberg. Holmberg works down into the corner. Holmberg left it there. Tavares after it, but it comes back up on the wing. Riley got it off to the far point, but Carlo couldn't reach it in time as Nylander works back to his own blue line with the puck. Willie turns, got it ahead for Pacioretty. Pacioretty into the corner, rolled it in front. Tavares couldn't settle it down with his skate to get a stick on it. Panthers shoot it right back down into the Toronto zone. Down into the corner goes Rodriguez. Rodriguez back to the point. Ekblad to Forsling. Forsling shot, deflects wide. Where's the puck? It's back at the point. Forsling fakes the shot. On the wing and a shot, and a wrister by Rodriguez went just wide. Again, good pressure here from Florida. Riley able to get the puck free and get it to Pacioretty. And Pacioretty gets it out, but Nylander doesn't get it into the zone for him. Played right back down into the Toronto end. Both teams are changing. Morgan Riley. Lead pass off Pacioretty into the Florida zone to allow him to get to the bench. But Bobrovsky is able to play it along on the boards, and it's elevated through center ice. Brought in on a delayed offside by the Panthers. And that will stop play with 2:43 left to go here in the second period.
Joseph Woll has played 5 complete, well, almost, this is his 5th complete period of the series, and twice show he's given up 3 in a 20-minute segment. They went in relief.
Yeah, he moved too quickly on that shot, right? It was fluttering, and
if he doesn't move, it hits him.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my strong point.
Played into the Florida zone. They'll launch it out at center and down into the Leaf end. McCabe back on the boards. Playing it up along the wall and out at center ice for Matthews. Matthews trying to chip it along for Nyes. That didn't work. And now here's McCabe tossing it back for Benoit, who gets it up on the wing and played in over the line, but out of the reach of Matthews. Played high to the line and out. Nyes got nailed from behind, but brought in now by Florida. Backhanded around back of the net. Cut off there by the Leafs, back of the goal. Benoit poking it free. Matthews with it now, just getting it out at center. Kulikov shot it back in. Down the boards, Benoit blocking it, but doesn't get it out. Pass into the slot. Here's Verhaeghe trying to get a shot away. Great back check there by Yarncrook. It comes in front of the net and a shot. Blockered away by Wall, and it's going to go up into the screen and out of play.
I tell you, Joseph Wall does not look comfortable. And it's one of those games you have to battle through, and that's what that save was. He wasn't really set and square, but the puck came out to the high slot. Nate Schmidt went to let it go, and Joseph Wall just came out and got big. Oh, boy, that hit the crossbar.
Yeah, I thought he got it with a blocker too, Jimmy, but you're right, it off the crossbar. But he was out. He battled to get out there. Draw in the Toronto zone. Lawton will lean in, and again, the Florida centerman is being waved out. Greer will replace Nosek. And the draw scrum, but it comes back to the point. Kept alive by Kulikov down into the corner. Back of the net, Tanev got it ahead, and it's played out at center ice, and here's Lorenz with one man back. Trying to jump in is Lawton with a shot by Lorenz. Lorenz back of the goal, and the net is pushed off its mooring by Nosek.
Boy, now the Panthers are going after the Leafs. But this will be interesting, Joe, if it was deemed that the puck would have gone in had the net not moved.
The puck is in the area where it would be a goal if the net was on its mooring. But it doesn't look like they're doing anything to even remotely think about this at this point. Tanev having a word with Wes McCauley. And how did Nosek end up in the net? Well, he goes in by himself. Okay. He was in the back check trying to catch Lawton.
I don't think the puck goes anywhere close to the goal line, does it? No.
No, it's covered up by Bobrovsky, but... And now they're going to have a discussion as to why if the net was... It's hard to give Nosek a penalty to say that he intentionally knocked the net off.
He took his man back, and then not sure which Leaf it was. It sort of peeled away at the last minute.
I think that was Lawton, Scotty Lawton, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But no, the puck never comes close to crossing the goal line.
Not until well after the fact.
Yeah. But boy, I tell you, if that would have been tucked in under the glove, I think it would have counted.
Well, the rubber post would have been the
marker.
The marker for sure.
Leafs need something good to happen here.
Down 4-3 with 1:19 to go in the second period. Quite a few Leaf fans in behind the Toronto bench. And Nosek is back on the bench after that collision with the goal. Panthers get it out at center and down into the Leaf end, but an icing call is coming. And the Leafs could use an offensive zone face-off win here to create a little offense.
Well, between Austin Matthews and John Tavares, they've won 20 out of 28 face-offs. So as a team, they're 65%.
And they've been very good in the face-off circle in this series, better than 54% for both. This time the Panthers win the draw. They get the puck to center where Riley knocks it down. On the wing for Carlo. He'll shoot it in. Down the boards goes Marchand, carrying it around back of the net. Played it up on the wing, and the Panthers get it out with a pass ahead for Jones. Seth Jones sending it into the corner. Riley and Marchand after it. Marchand went for a spill, and out come the Leafs to center. Nylander trying to chip it in, and it's going to be called offside. It was blocked right at the blue line by Seth Jones, and Nylander chipped it again, and by that time Riley had preceded him over the line, and the face-off would come out into the center ice area.
That last defensive zone face-off, Willie Nylander was out in place of Matthew Nyes with Marner and Matthews. As Craig Berube, I think, is now trying to reconstruct things to try to get some sort of chemistry and jump back offensively.
Played into the Toronto zone. McCabe, far side for Tanev. Tanev launches it high to center. Half a minute to go in the period. And it is cleared right back down into the Toronto zone, and McCabe gets it ahead. Here's Pontus Holmberg through center. Launches it high, wide of the goal into the far corner. Tavares into the rush. Pontus Holmberg comes up with the loose puck, though. Holmberg trying to center, but he was taken down. And now here the Panthers with 10 seconds left, getting it to center and getting it in over the line, where Tanev will play it around back of the net. To the near boards. And it'll be pinned up against the wall here, which will draw a crowd of late hitters. Led by Aaron Ekblad, who has made a career out of this. And there'll be no time left on the clock once we get everything all sorted out.
Leafs have got to stay away from this.
Holmberg.
This is exactly what the Florida Panthers want. Even Sam Reinhart is in flexing the muscle.
So they'll go to their respective dressing rooms. And a big second period, the best period of this series thus far for the Florida Panthers. They score 3 unanswered goals to erase a 3-1 Toronto advantage and carry a 4-3 lead into the third period.
You would say maybe the timeout, though, by Craig Berube did something. Although right now, it's the ugliest goal of the game is the difference between these two clubs.
We'll ship it off to Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart. It is 4-3 Florida. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 10.
The drama builds.
Baseball's in full swing.
This ball's gone!
Hear every MLB game on Sirius XM.
And they'll be talking about this one for a long, long time.
Listen to your favorite team all season long with your hometown announcers on the Sirius XM app.
A breathtaking home run by Aaron Judge.
For a complete MLB schedule, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
What a night.
NHL Morning Skate.
Frederik Andersen, number 1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization. Got high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stone. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Points with Boomer Gordon.
16 out of 32. If you know your math, that's 50%. In the last...
All right, insiders, what in the heck just happened to our Toronto Maple Leafs? Oh, my God. That was a horrible period. It started out so great. We started out so hot yet again. We need to start out hot again in the third period. Get this game tied back up. All right, we'll see here behind me, the website. Boom. We are over $1,000 raised for SickKids Hospital in the Playoff Pulse campaign. Just added in all of the super chats to our donations. Unbelievable night. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Bradley. Thank you, Mark. Who else? And thank you to everyone else who has given a super chat from the beginning of the Playoff Pulse campaign until now. It's what we do here. Like I said earlier in that video, go watch that video, leave a comment. Follow your dreams, everybody. Always follow your dreams. I'm just a dad, all right? I'm just a dad, 4 kids. My wife, the amazing TSI Allison, is at the soccer game right now. Tom is playing. Guess got a text that it's going better. My kids told me I couldn't get a plaque. We got that plaque. Let's go get it. Let's go refill those drinks. It's time to get ready for a big third period, Leafs fans. We have got to take advantage of this big lead in the series. 2-0. We're still up 2-0 in this series. If we take this game, the stranglehold is on. I love seeing those SickKids emojis there, Andrew. That's what we do. Now, follow your dreams. My dream was to have a place to hang out with Toronto Maple Leafs fans and sports fans from all over the world. And look it, there it is. And we're raising money for SickKids Hospital. There's the burn. How long till you actually get that plaque, Mike? So I clicked the link that was sent to me. So I went over and it says it's about 3 to 4 weeks. So we went through, we did all of that business there today, and now we just wait for, I guess they say, they're handmade, which I believe, because not every day that people pass 100,000 subscribers on YouTube /insiders, because insiders, without you, it's not possible. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us all the time. There you go. There's another $20 that has to be. Make that $1,048 raised. Dave Strange, I will cheers to that. There you go. I love it. I love it. Andrew, and Carmen, Kim Hickman, Glenn McDonald. Yeah, I preferred 3 to 1. Yes, I preferred 3 to 1 as well. I did. All right, let's take it back to the intermission. Go Leafs, go! Come on, Buds. Let's get ready for a big third. Let's go. We got to take this.
2-4-1. Jim Taddy and former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you, Stu. That was a barrage of goals. I mean, the Panthers got return on investment for what they were doing late in the first period and got 3 goals to take the 4-3 lead.
Yes, and you were perfectly right with your assessment by saying, and I'm sure that's what the Leafs and the coaching staff are doing right now going into this second intermission. And again, it's no big surprise that Florida is in this position. They're a team that just continues to squeeze and just do their best to get momentum and just wear the opponent down. And they did that, getting it on the forecheck and just getting to the net. And it was the first one on the Reinhart goal where it was a debatable play to see if it even crossed the line. Was it after the whistle? But it ended up counting. But for me, it was sort of, Toronto with the fatigue setting in a minute and 4 seconds later with the Carter Verhaeghe goal. Sort of a breakdown there on the change, a little bit of a miscommunication. And they have a 2-on-1 going the other way. So that coupled by a bit of a backbreaker goal near the end of the second period there by Thomas Nosek on the entry, that's a save that I'm sure Joseph Woll wants back, that he has to make. That's the timing of the save where, you make that, you're going essentially 3-3 into the third period. So for me, there's no excuses, but Toronto did look a little bit tired, but it's just the system that Florida plays. They're on you, they're smothering you, they're getting in, they're taking away your will, and they're just making so many unforced errors. So it's a great system when it works, and through 40 minutes they found a way to get back into the game and essentially now take over going into the third period.
And have a rare lead. But, in all honesty, I mean, this is what should have happened, right? I mean, this is the Florida Panthers. They won the Stanley Cup. They should be doing this.
Yeah, but Toronto, it started off with a great start going up 2-0, right? Yeah. But, I know it's too early to do the autopsy on this game, but, you're in the playoffs in the second round with all that's riding sort of on the big picture for this group. You're up 2-0 and 3-1. You got to ride some sort of lead going into the third period. But I don't think it's necessarily what they're not doing. I think it's just Florida. They're just taking over the game, and they're not the back-to-back finalists and Stanley Cup champions just by accident. This is a team that is very, very heavy top to bottom. They're not afraid to make some bold changes, essentially changing out their entire fourth line, and it seems like it paid off in them scoring the game leading goal so far going into this third period, and they're very well coached, and ultimately they're getting the saves as well, even though Bobrovsky wasn't overworked in that second period, only 4 shots on net. So for Toronto going to the third, wasn't their best period, but they're still within 1 shot of getting back into this game. I'm expecting a little bit of a better start coming out, trying to get more than those 4 shots in the first 5 minutes and trying to make it a game.
So, the fatigue, would you blame that on the long change? Obviously both teams have that, but the Leafs seem to get caught on that.
I don't know. I don't know if it's fitness testing or there's no excuses. Like, you know what I mean? And again, you can mention the goaltending, but look what's going on, sort of throughout the league. Connor Hellebuyck got pulled 3 times in the, in the series versus St. Louis Blues. You're seeing, Pickard in for Edmonton. So, you can find excuses or you can find ways to sort of overcome. And that's the one positive, I think, for this group. They've overcome a lot of the challenges, and excuses that they could have made throughout the season. But for me in this third, I'm looking for a big period by Auston Matthews. This is a good time for him to, take over a game and show that he is a top player in the league. So I think, maybe drawing a couple more power plays, but being a little bit tougher to play against. But it starts with getting out of your zone. They're struggling to get out of their zone. They're turning pucks over. Florida just seems to have an extra step and extra gear, and they're very, very tough to play against. So I think it starts with that, and then just see what you can do and trying to get one in the net.
Well, and they're all pumped up. I mean, you saw the physical skirmish at the end of the period. They want to rub the Leafs' face in it, and they want to leave a mark in the third period. So if you're in that Leaf dressing room, obviously you need a goal or two. But in terms of systems, what are you trying to do?
I think it's breaking out a little bit clearer, right? And it goes back to the Tavares goal. McCabe and Tanev both got big bumps, but they found a way to get the puck up ice. So I think for them, it's just, taking a little bit quicker time to get back on your retrievals. I think if they get a split second quicker back to get that puck, it's going to help get it out clearer. But again, they look tired, right? They got caught a couple times. Benoit looks like he had a couple 2-minute shifts. So I think it starts with shorter shifts. If you're tired, you got to be shorter, you got to be quicker, but you got to do everything just a step faster. And Florida, when they're hitting you, it's almost like, that ground and pound style with UFC where they just, continue with the body shots. You're going to lose your breath. You're going to lose energy. And ultimately, you're going to make those big mistakes. So they think for Toronto, just do everything a little bit quicker, but it's easier said than done.
So I have to watch how I word this because I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. But in terms of the goaltending, I mean, you really only have the one guy. How precarious is that?
Well, it's... you look throughout the league, right? And I mentioned, people have been struggling, and goaltending hasn't been the strong suit for a lot of these teams that are finding ways to win games. You have to find a way to win game. If your goaltender is struggling, you have to find a way to insulate it. You have to try to keep the opposition to, maybe 6-7 shots for a period. You got to have a good F3. You can't be blowing the zone. And on 2 of those goals, I think they blew the zone or they lost a wall battle 200 feet from their net. So you have to pay attention a little bit more to those fundamentals and play the system a little bit more to a T. So ultimately, Wall, he's proven he can be a guy. I'm sure he wants that 4th goal back, but ultimately, since he's come in relief, he's given them a chance to win. And despite that one going in the net, it's not a 6-3 game or 7-3 game. They're one shot from tying this game and getting back into this.
4-3 Panthers over the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ed and Kate needed.
All right. This is why we do what we do here on TSI. Right here. Gonna play this. Pay attention. Especially all the haters out there. Pay attention. You see where these donations are going and what we're doing. Thank you, insiders. Go SickKids, go.
To every child and family who've needed us since 1875, and all who support us, our hospital needs no introduction. But just in case, it's SickKids. And it's our 150th birthday. Our mission has always been healthier children, a better world. The first children's hospital in Canada, SickKids. Pasteurizing milk to prevent disease 30 years before it was mandatory. The heart-lung machine that transformed open heart surgery. A pediatric kidney transplant in 1969. SickKids. SickKids and SickKids. We discovered the gene for cystic fibrosis, so patients live longer lives. And we just created the world's first Atlas of Cancer, using machine learning to analyze 13,000 variations. Today, the hospital sees over 130,000 patients a year. We're a research powerhouse, a training magnet, attracting nearly 600 clinical and research fellows from around the globe every year. And we're the #1 publicly funded children's hospital in the world. We're celebrating 150 years of excellence, driven by philanthropy. What's next? Thanks to donors like you, we're going to keep healing Canada and the world. And we're going to heal the future.
Very. All right, we're still in commercial break, and there you go. We're going to still heal the future, and Jose is excited about it. I love it. No, he's not. He doesn't want. Come on, buddy. He's like, no, Dad, I don't want to hang out right now. He's like, I just came over to say hi. That was it. All right. Oh, boy, there's the alarm. It's time to start the Jets and the Stars. Let's go, Canada. Go, Leafs, go. Go, SickKids Hospital, go. Thank you, insiders, for helping me create this amazing community where we're making a difference every single game. See you back in the chat. Big third period ahead. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. 4-3 for the Panthers over the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. Tavares made it 3-1, then Reinhard, Verhaeghe, and Nosek scored. And that's what we're doing in this game. The other game is yet to start, 9:30. Stars in Winnipeg against the Jets. Dallas has a 1-0 series lead. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Like you've never heard her before.
Stop the presses.
She's flipping the script and saying what's really on her mind.
We're seeing a different side of you.
Talking to famous friends and taking your calls.
Demi Moore.
Rob Lowe.
Goldie Hawn.
Matthew McConaughey.
Howdy, Kelly.
Unfiltered conversations and unexpected confessions.
Salma Hayek.
Only Kelly Ripa can ask me these questions.
Let's talk off camera with Kelly Ripa
on Radio Andy, Sirius XM 102, or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Panthers cruise in.
And then
He's in. Nylander with a shot. He scores.
There were 8.
Draisaitl to McDavid down the right wing to the net. Score!
With the first round behind us, the battles only get more intense.
The whole way by Duhaime. Oh, Wilson! Along the goal line to the front of the net. It's loose. Kachuk with it. A shot. And he scores!
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue.
Follow your favorite team. NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
We head to the third period with the Leafs trailing 4-3. As 3 unanswered goals by the Florida Panthers erased a 3-1 Toronto advantage.
Well, you knew the pushback was coming from Florida. The Leafs need to push back themselves here in the third period. Remember in Game 1, Florida came back with 3 goals to chase the Leafs and get it close. The Leafs have to do the same thing here. One thing we talked about during the intermission, Joey, as I said to you, we knew it wasn't going to be this easy.
Yeah.
You thought when the Leafs had the 2-0 lead early, you're thinking something ain't right here. And we're looking at the offensive zone.
We've had
but 17:46 for Florida, 12:46 for Toronto.
Yeah.
A 5-minute difference is huge.
We've had a market correction.
Yes.
I believe in this day and age of everybody trying to wonder what the hell the stock market was up to. But it is a situation where the defending Stanley Cup champions have showed their mettle, and now the Leafs have got to find a way to answer that here in the third period. Down by a goal.
Florida Panthers are a perfect 3-0. Been leading after the second period. This is only the second time in the playoffs the Leafs have been down heading into the third. The only other time was the Game 5 loss to Ottawa when they were shut out 3-0.
So we're getting set for the start of the third period. Leafs to the left, Panthers to the right. They lean in, and the puck is dropped. We're underway, and the Leafs win the faceoff. Matthews deflects it down into the Florida zone. Marner in pursuit, trying to get around there on Mikkola, but the puck comes up on the wing, and it is pushed over to the right wing side, played to the lead blue line. Quickly back the other way off Matthews' stick. Grabbed off by Marchand and played deeper into Florida territory as the changes are coming. Played off the boards and on the left wing and out at center off a skate. Leafs unable to get to it in time. And it is shot by Mikkola down into the zone. Oh no! And out of the net was Wall, and it came out dangerously close to the near post. And somehow, I think Wall dove back and deflected what was an empty net tally wide of the goal. Sweet Marion Joseph.
That's not going to give the teammates a boost of confidence, is it?
No. I got to watch it again, how it ended up deflecting, whether it came off the stanchion or whatever. But
he just went behind the net to stop it and went off his stick right back out front.
Puck down at the Toronto blue line, brought on by the Leafs to the wing and launched high into Florida territory. Bobrovsky leaving it back of the goal for Forsling. Well, if nothing else, I'm sure his heart rate is up a little bit now. Brought on at center ice by Schmidt. Nate Schmidt centers, steered wide of the goal by Wall. On the boards now, Nylander gets it to center. A centering pass at the red line, broken up. Nylander got to the blue line, but couldn't get it in over the line. Now to the other side. Flips towards the net, a bouncing puck in on goal. Tavares was there, but goaltender Bobrovsky got his stick on it. Bennett brings it back the other way, and he makes an extra move at the blue line and puts the rush offside. And it'll be brought back out into the center ice. Talk about having your heart in your mouth.
Yeah, this, I'm sure we're going to get another look at it here. John Tavares, boy, that was almost kicked into his own net by Dmitry Kulikov.
Yeah, went off the heel of his stick, off his skate, to the side of the goal, and Lundell trying to get to the empty net with it, and the dive by Wall was enough to deflect it back behind the goal.
Here Lundell was going, what am I seeing here?
Yeah, no kidding. Draw one by the Panthers, and they're going to drill it into the Leaf end. Round on the boards, kick back of the net for Tanev. Tanev takes a hit, but can't get the pass up on the wing. Round back of the net. McCabe got a body check in, and the shot goes into the far corner. Tanev is first there for the Maple Leafs to get it up on the wing, but he can't get it out. Then is able to secure it again. Tanev getting it around back of the net, and then McCabe gives the puck away. Played back of the net by Nosek. Back to the point, it'll come to the right wing side. Flipped around back of the net. Tanev had to go off a stick, and the Maple Leafs are going to get it out. Up on the right side it comes. Bobby McMahon getting it down into the offensive zone and in with a good hit there on Mikkola, but the puck goes free to the other side. Not out. Long shot blocked in front of the goal. Knocked to the near boards. Turning with it is Anton Lundell. He'll play it out into the center ice area. Leafs regrouping with Brandon Carlo. Just gingerly playing it in over the line, but quickly played right back out again by Florida, and then shot right back in again by Toronto. 3 minutes into the books here into the third period. Leafs down a goal. Brought to center ice now and in by Lundell. Round back of the net for Morgan Riley. Reverse for Carlo. Carlo gets it ahead and off the boards. It's played to center ice, but Lawton couldn't catch up to it. Brought right back in again by Verhaeghe. He is turned aside at the blue line. Puck goes back to the center ice area where it is stolen back by Sam Bennett. Bennett on the right wing side goes to the front of the net, and a shot from the point. That stopped the scramble. Down his Wall. The puck centering, and Wall is going to cover up on it.
Boy, it's a battle for Joseph Wall right now. I mean, this is a point shot through traffic. But you can tell he's battling, trying to find the puck. Nothing's coming. It's not one of those games, Joe, where everything's easy. You see everything off the wings. This is a point shot, bounces off Oliver Ekman-Larsson, then Wall sprawls to get back to the post. And then when laying on the seat of his pants, fortunately, Sam Reinhart was from about the goal line and didn't have a great angle, and Wall was able to get the glove up and keep it out.
He literally had to sit on his haunches to get some kind of size in front of the net, and he was fortunate that the pass hit him right in the chest and then fell in between his legs, and he was able to hang on. Draw to the left of Wall in the Toronto zone, and everybody moving early, and again, Florida getting waved out of the face-off circle. Draw is scrummed. Where's the puck? Finally controlled by the Maple Leafs. Marner flipping it off the boards. Nyes trying to get a forecheck going, but unable to reach it, and it's played to center ice. Matthews has to wait for teammates to get onside. Didn't get it in deep enough, and the Panthers play it back to the Toronto blue line. Now Matthews against the boards, unable to reach it. It goes back to the net. Oliver Ekman-Larsson got a piece of the puck as it goes to Marner. Marner trying to stick handle his way out of traffic, takes it around back of the net. Panthers are changing as the puck comes back now, and the Leafs are trying to get a change in as well. OEL gets it ahead for Tavares. Tavares turns back in his own zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson with it again. Far side now for Bobby McMahon. Up on the wing it goes, and it is flipped high into the zone. McMahon taking a turn here instead of Pacioretty on this line, as it is cleared by Florida to the Toronto blue line. Brandon Carlo to the red line, and back into Florida territory it goes. Quickly played out and into the center ice area. Carlo has to hustle back and is able to free it up as it goes now to Jake McCabe, who finds Nylander. Nylander for Carlo. Up the right wing boards and into the zone. Greer takes him to the boards. Out of the net, Bobrovsky quickly played up on the wing, and it's going to come out into neutral ice before being shot right back in by Toronto. Mikkola getting it off on the far wing. Panthers are very adroit at protecting a lead, but this time they're going to find themselves having to face it off in their own zone after an icing call with 14:45 to go in the third period. Florida 4, the Maple Leafs 3.
This is a little more of what we were expecting in this series, although Florida had fallen behind a number of times in the first two games. So you weren't going to see lockdown mode, but now you're not seeing 2 or 3 forecheckers at once. A little more conservative for Florida.
Draw to the right of Bobrovsky. A hit in along the boards. Matthews couldn't come up with the puck, but Marner gets it back to the blue line. Flip back in again into the near corner, and Matthews trying to come up with it. Centering pass. Marner couldn't reach it. And it is Tkachuk getting it out at center ice. Morgan Riley turns. Riley with a pass up on the left wing. Nyes, a spinning move. Going to send it around back of the net for Matthews. Banked back to the blue line, but the Leafs were in the midst of a change. And OEL wasn't in position. Now Wall is out of the goal again, but the puck is stolen back by Toronto. Riley pushes it ahead. In on the right side for Nyes. Nyes works around back of the net. Nyes able to protect the puck nicely. Taken down there by Tkachuk. The puck comes around the boards for Jake McCabe. McCabe back behind the goal. That got past Lawton. And the Panthers have it now and are bringing it out at center ice with Forsling. He'll shoot it into the Toronto zone. Leafs down a goal, 4-3. Scotty Lawton coming to center into the line with a long shoot in. One of the Leafs was trapped inside the zone.
I think that was Pat Chiaretti.
No.
Yarncroc,
I guess, yeah.
But, I mean, he had somebody had to have him hogtied, and it was probably Aaron Ekblad that we're seeing on the screen now.
Yeah, we couldn't see it because it was well ahead or behind the play before the cameras were able to get.
But I mean, it had to be rather significant. The puck went all the way to the Leaf end, all the way back to the Florida end, and Yarncroc was about 40
one of those
feet offside.
Accidentally on purpose kind of got tangled up. All right, it is 4-3 Panthers. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
The PGA Championship is coming, and you can hear all the action on Sirius XM.
Here it comes, down the slope, the shot of the week.
Rory McIlroy completed the career Grand Slam in April. Can Jordan...
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Leafs. Holy Mackinac, we've passed 100,000 insiders on Toronto Sports Insider. The Playoff Pulse campaign is unstoppable. Your support means 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue keeps helping sick kids with life-saving care. Let's aim even higher. Subscribe now and join this amazing community making a difference. Together, we're showing sick kids the power of sports fans worldwide. Let's keep growing this global community.
Years and years and years, decades. It's an epidemic at this point.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
4 to 7 p.m. on TSN 1050.
Well, it's taken the official score 2 periods to figure it out, but the opening goal is now Nyes from Matthews and Marner. Mr. Ralph, of course, had it immediately. 23 seconds into the...
Now, we just saw trainer talking to the assistant coach, and I'm not sure if the Leafs are down a man, maybe, on the bench. But it was Mike Van Ryn that got the word from somebody, and there was just sort of a nod.
Well, it's a defenseman.
Yeah.
And is it... Well, we've got...
Is it Tanev?
Yeah, I believe it is. Yep. Shot from a sharp angle by Riley is swallowed up
by
goaltender Bobrovsky.
What a loss that would be.
Well, I've said it many times that Christopher Tanev has been the Leafs' most valuable player this season. Never mind what anybody offensively has done. Face off in the Florida zone.
Yeah, it looked like everybody was accounted for except Tanev.
Yeah, on the bench. Yeah, there were 3 defensemen, and now we've got Carlo and Riley on the ice. Riley gets the puck back to Brendan Carlo. Wrist shot is blocked, and now the Panthers with a break down the left wing. And over the line is Rodriguez. Chased back nicely by Morgan Riley and forced wide. Then a long shot is gloved by Wall.
Boy, Brendan Carlo had lost his stick as well, so that was essentially a 2-on-1 coming back, and Morgan Riley does an excellent job of forcing the Florida player to the boards. Boy, the importance of getting it through. And I think he tried to go 5-hole on Rodriguez. And Rodriguez actually slammed the leg shut, blocked the shot, and took off the other way. Right now it's showing Chris Tanev, Joe, has played 19 minutes and 28 seconds on 28 shifts.
All right.
Well, pardon me, I think I got the wrong, that was last game.
Face off to the right in the Toronto zone.
12:41.
All right. Well, we can't keep an eye on the bench for you, and we'll have to hope that we will see some kind of reaction, or at least on the screen here, to know if Tanev does come back. But at this point, after what appeared to be the conversation with the coaching staff that we'll wait and see. Well, you can't really speculate too much on it. Here the Leafs in the offensive zone, though, with Domi driving the net with a shot. That was stopped. There's a rebound. It comes to the side of the goal. Domi tried to flip it in front, and it's going to come to the line and out at center ice.
Get the feeling that the Leafs are going to bang one in. It's going to be ugly, huh?
Played ahead and in across the line for Domi. Domi along the near boards, trying to center. That was too well covered. Oh, good hit there by McCabe. And the puck comes back out at center ice. Now, we were talking in the second period about how McCabe was playing with Benoit and not with Tanev. And so...
But we did see Tanev with Ekman Larsson.
Yes. So it may have been something he was trying to play through. We don't know. Played down into the Toronto zone, and an icing call is coming here against the Florida Panthers. 12:04 to go in the third period. Florida 4 and the Maple Leafs 3.
The line of Domi, Holmberg, and Pacioretty, though, great job jamming it to the net, looking for a bounce.
Max hit the side of the goal when he was trying to get it in front. Matthews over the boards. Will take the face-off against Anton Lundell. And this has been the matchup that the Panthers have wanted. Here's Marner off a face-off win, trying to get the linesman the heck out of the way. Then a long shot wide of the goal. Nye's unable to get to it. Matthews pins his man to the boards. The puck goes around back of the net, off a stick and into the corner. Nate Schmidt getting it out into the center ice area. And Marchand stole it from the Leaf defenseman, but it is stolen back by Marner. Marner gets it up on the left wing. Morgan Riley into the slot area, but it's knocked away. Out come the Panthers on the left wing. Verhaeghe trying to get in over the line, and too well covered into the corner, then flattened by Nyes. Here's Morgan Riley starting back. Got it ahead. Barkov got in his way, and it was enough to send it down the ice for an icing, and so it's going to come back into the Toronto zone.
It seems like it's been, 4 or 5 times where the Leafs have run into the linesman, and we saw it on the first Florida goal where Morgan Riley hit the linesman, and we get Chris Tanev, thankfully, coming back out, so hopefully that was maybe equipment, Joe?
Well, if it was, you would have thought it would have been Bobby Hastings, not one of the
true.
Athletic staff. Puck along the boards and now brought in with a wrist shot that went wide of the net. He is just the ultimate warrior, is Chris Tanev. And his visage speaks proudly of that kind of attitude, doesn't it?
Missing teeth?
Yes, indeed. Out comes Nylander. Works to the line and in. Willie goes wide. Got a shot away. Hit the side of the goal. Punched around the boards by Ekblad. And out at center ice it'll come. McMahon finds Tanev. Tanev trying to play it ahead. And it'll be played down into the Florida zone. Back to recover it now is Mikkola. Mikkola winds it up and starts up ice at center. Ridden to the boards there by Lawton. He'll go into the corner. Gadjevich trying to get it in front of the net. Too well covered there by Yarncrook. And now along the boards, Lawton and Yarncrook trying to get it out, and they will. It's back to the blue line turnover. Here's Scotty Lawton trying to get a bouncing puck to contend with, and he couldn't settle it down to get a shot. Played around back of the net into the near corner. Greer trying to get it up the boards, but failing. Around to the other side, it'll go to Mikkola. And he sends it high to center ice. Benoit right back in with a shot that is gloved by goaltender. And Benoit gets into a shoving session in behind the goal after Bobrovsky had caught that puck.
Benoit did a pretty good job of doing what Matthew Tkachuk does. He looks the other way and then gives a little shot to the face of Tkachuk. But the Leafs are now... Boy, that was a high hit by Rodriguez on Tavares in behind the Leaf net before that.
Willie with a good rush, but the shot for the short side went off the side of the goal. It is a one-goal hockey game. Florida with the lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive.
Where in the world are you watching from? Let us know in the chat where you're hanging out with us here on TSI. Let us know your city and province, city and state if you're in the USA, or let us know your country with that flag emoji from all over the world like you see right there on our website. The link is in the description. This is the number that will go down in infamy. 1,685 total visitors to our website. Seeing some of those visitors most recently from Germany, the United States, Canada, Sweden, Belarus, and the Philippines. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for letting us know where everyone is watching from in the world and hanging out together, making a difference. We're SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Go Leafs go. Let's get back to the chat. Come on, get louder, chat. Let's go. I want to see lots of Go Leafs goes in the chat. I want to see a lot of cheering on our boys. Come on, Willie. Let's go, Captain Matthews.
Leafs trail by a goal. Third period. 9:44 to play in it. Draw to the right and the floor to end. Panthers have had 21 shots. The Maple Leafs have had 19, and another icing coming here off a errant pass.
Yeah, the Leafs just 3 shots on goal here in the third period. The Panthers 2. So the Leafs got the forecheck version of the Panthers for about 30 minutes straight in this game, and now they're getting the shutdown version. As the Leafs have really had a tough time getting to the middle to generate any kind of scoring chance here.
Face off outside the blue line. Now that I guess, not sure why this isn't icing. At any rate, Leafs control the puck at their own blue line. Riley, pass in on the left wing. Nice. Sending it down into the corner. Riley got there first to free it up for Matthews. Matthews back to the point. A one-timer taken by Marner, deflected wide of the goal. Kept in by Oliel and back to the net for Nyes. Nyes eludes one. Still with it, trying to flip it in front of the net for Marner. Got it back again. Sent into the corner, centering pass by Matthews. No one home. Riley with a shot. Scores! Scores! Morgan Riley banks it off a Florida player. The Leafs have tied the game midway through the third. Holy mackerel, what a turn of events.
Great work by the Matthews line. Matthew Nyes, Joe, to be able to get the puck back off Brad Marchand. Kept the play alive in the Florida zone for the Leafs. And then Morgan Riley sneaking down from the right point. Throws it to the net. It goes off Sergei Bobrovsky's blocker, off his defenseman. I believe it was Seth Jones, right off the left shin pad and into the net. And we are tied again, 4-4. And this series might be leading in ugly goals.
Oh, but what a series. What a playoff series. Morgan Riley is having. 4th goal, along with 3 assists. Now the puck down in the Toronto end. Panthers trying to dig it free. Tanev has his man up against the boards. Played back to the point, kept in with a long shot that deflected in on goal. Good save made there by Wall.
Chris Tanev had the sticks flashed out of his hands as he gives the side-eye look to the Florida player. I'm guessing it was Matthew Tkachuk.
I think it was Bennett who pulled the stick out of his hands, wasn't it?
Oh, and this was a shot that bounced it on Joseph Wall, a point shot that was redirected. And that might have been reviewed as a possible high stick had it gone in.
Riley will get the goal. Matthews and Matthew Nyes, I think, are going to draw the assist. Played around back of the Toronto goal. Up on the near wing, Schmidt is able to keep it in. Down into the corner, Bennett. Unable to get it in front of the net, though, was Rodriguez. And now Lawton looks to outlet and finds Benoit, who gets it up on the wing and is played ahead. And one-handed then by Yarncrook, but it goes into the bench and out of play. And play is stopped.
Well, if you go back to the playoff series between these two clubs in 2023 and the first two games of this series, we have had 6 straight one-goal games between them. 4-1 game 1 in 2023 by a 4-2 score. Everything has been a one-goal decision since then. So maybe we shouldn't be surprised at the score here with 8:07 to go.
Is tied at 4. Here's Schmidt carrying to center for the Panthers and getting it down into the Leaf end. Carlo taken to the boards by Nosek as it comes around on the far side. Domi is able to muscle it to the blue line but not get it out. Carlo will spin it around on the wall, and it is tipped out at center ice before being shot right back in again. Wall is able to settle it down, and the Leafs have it now with Morgan Riley playing it back for Brandon Carlo. Carlo, a lead pass at center, deflects down into the Florida zone. Quickly played back out again by Aaron Ekblad, and then Carlo brings it right back to get it to the line, but there's Seth Jones sending it down into the Toronto end. Back to the goal, stumbling with it there was Tanev. Back on his skates, though, and taking it back to the net, settling things down as he does. Got it out at center ice off a stick, but unable to move with it was Matthews as it's played back into the Leaf end, and Tanev turns with it there. Chris Tanev dropping it back for Jake McCabe. Left for Willie. Nylander with a little head fake and gaining center ice with speed down the right wing boards. Taken in along the wall there by Rodriguez. Had a pretty good hand of Willie's jersey, I thought. Puck along the boards. McMahon got it back to the point, and the Leafs can't keep it in as it comes to center ice. Played by Reinhart into the Toronto end. Around the boards, it'll go to Benoit. Benoit reverses the puck. It comes to the side of the net, and Wall had trapped it, but then turns it aside, and it is shot off a body down into Florida territory. No icing, and it is Nikola getting it along the boards and getting it out at center ice. Leafs have it at their own blue line. Morgan Riley, what a series he's had. Shooting it right back down, but it's going to go high off a stick and into the screening and out of play. 6:12 left to play in the third period. The Maple Leafs on a goal from Riley. Matthews and Nyes with the assists has tied the game at 4.
Really, Florida, you've got to give them credit for the period that they've played. They kept everything to the outside, but one great shift on the forecheck by the Nyes-Marner-Matthews combination has led to a fortunate bounce in a tie game.
Draw, scrummed, Florida controls. Played ahead off a stick into the Toronto end. Carlo glancing over his shoulder to find Nyes, but Nyes didn't get it out, and a long shot is gloved, and one of the Panthers getting up slowly in the corner. That was Anton Lundell.
They've really campaigned for penalties, haven't they? And it might take something short of a felony to get a call here for either team at this point.
It is a 4-4 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 10.
Boogie down the boulevard. Or rock out on Route 66. To the groovy sound of Road Trip Radio's 70s mix. Disco, you know. And the jams you forgot you loved. Road Trip Radio 70s Mix. Listen at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone or on your computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or two, yeah.
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Let's get the chant started, insiders. Come on, there you go. Brandon says that the Blue Jays and the Mariners are live. Are the Blue Jays taking over Seattle Stadium like they do all the time? Hopefully. We'll see. Chat's starting to pop up over there. Carmen, way to go. Let's go. Steph, over in the Jets game. I love it. Jets are just getting underway. Let's get that chant going, insiders. Let's skip overtime here. Come on. Let's get the energy going. Let's bring it tonight. 100,000 insiders. And there's a super chat from the Pizzo. $10. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. There you go. The Pizzo got it started for us. That's a good one. We should get the chant started every game. At least once a game. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go.
A 4-4 tie in the third period. Leafs trying to take a stranglehold on the best-of-7 series. The Florida Panthers trying to salvage a game here to turn it into a series. What a playoff Morgan Riley's had.
That's been incredible.
But you know what? Every playoff run, he really cranks his game up. I don't think there's any question about it. Pass goes off a skate. Leafs get it to Marner. Marner dropping it back for Matthews. He leaves it now, and Jake McCabe will start out. McCabe dropping for Marner. Marner back to McCabe on the left wing to the red line. Shot in and around the board. It comes right out in front of the net, actually, off the corner boards. And Bobrovsky had to play it away. Puck goes high off a bodied into the corner. Matthews forces it around back of the net. Nyes can't get to it. Marner bumps his man. Puck is pushed up on the wall and out at center ice and down into the Leaf end, but there'll be no icing as it'll go back for Jake McCabe as both teams are changing. 5:16 to play, third period. The Leafs 4, the Panthers 4. McCabe is still back of the net. Kachuk stationed out front, thinks about going after him, but the puck comes off the boards to center, deflected by Pontus Holmberg, but not into the zone. Shot back into the Toronto end. McCabe going back for it, gets it ahead, but off a stick, and played out at center ice on a good play made there by Tavares, who had his stick slashed and broken in half. Puck comes back into the Toronto end. Oliver Ekman-Larsson to center. Off a stick, but not into the zone. This time it's shot in on a delay, but the Panthers have it under control in their own zone. And a lead pass gets to the line, but stopped there by Bennett. He had to wait for teammates to get back on side before sending it in. Benoit skates around back of the net. Got it up on the wing, and Pacioretty gets it ahead. Back it over the line, Bobby McMahon. Little stutter step and centering pass. And Domi was there, but it was cut off before it reached the Leaf centerman. Played back at center now for Florida. In on the right side, a shot juggled by Wall, but it's grabbed off by Domi in an odd man rush developing here. Domi in over the line, left wing side, a shot, and that went wide of the net as Riley jumped into the rush again. McMahon after it, and now here's Lorenz curling out of the corner. Cycles it back around the boards to the near side. Barkov got it ahead, but took a hit in doing so. And it's at the Toronto blue line with 3:43 to play. On over the line for Toronto. Drop pass on the boards for Lorenz. Into the corner for Lawton. Lorenz kicking it free. Former Panther gets it back. Bouncing puck in front. Knocked away there by Bobrovsky. That was an interesting shot. Played back into the Toronto zone. Couple of collisions there. It goes around back of the Toronto net to the near side. And it'll be Tanev who will settle it down. He'll get it back again from his defense partner before playing it out at center. And the Leafs get it down into Florida territory. 3 minutes left to go in the third period. The Maple Leafs and the Panthers are tied at 4s. Deflects into the Toronto zone. Wall out of the cage to pump it back. On the wing for Nyes. Pushed ahead by Marner, and then he circles back to recover. Marner coming out of his own end. A pass ahead deflects by Matthews, but it's going to go into the screen and go out of play. Did it go off Matthews or off the Florida player? Let's wait and see where they're going to face it off.
And looking at the ice time now, Joe Morgan Riley already at, well, waiting for this to update. It was 8.
Jimmy, I think Riley hits the crossbar on that last chance.
I heard a clink.
Well, your ears are better than mine. It was rather noisy in my headset.
What's that?
Huh?
We amuse ourselves.
No, I know. You know what? We are easily amused. There is no question about that. 2:29 to go, third period. Panthers in the corner, centering pass, blocked by Wall. And the Leafs get it elevated into the center ice and down into Florida territory. Forsling got it up ahead. Rodriguez to center. Brought in over the line on a drop pass by Ekblad and a shot directed wide by Wall. Ekblad has broken a stick, and the Leafs, Tavares, starts up the right wing boards with it. Tavares one-handing it to the line but couldn't get it in deep. Played back out at center, and Tanev has it at the Toronto blue line. 1:55 to play. A long shoot-in off the chest of Bobrovsky. Bobrovsky then, after it is Pacioretty.
Oh, they're going to call it. They're going to call the trip on Pacioretty with 1:47 to go here in the third.
Now, and whether it is or not, Bobrovsky could have gotten a penalty for interference just as Pacioretty was trying to get around the net.
TJ Luxmore is the official that has called it. This is a trip, as Pacioretty got caught chasing the play in behind the Florida net.
What? Now you're
right.
going to see it here. Watch. Bobrovsky comes out and then interferes with Pacioretty.
Yeah, as he's chasing. But it is a trip.
Third power play of the game for Florida. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. Minute 47 to go here in the third period. And the Panthers with a chance to win the game with their power play. They win the draw. Jones into the slot area and into the corner for Barkov. Centering pass intercepted. Marner weaves it out at center. Marner's in on the right side with a long shot that went wide. Ends up back of the net. Marner is interfered with there by Ekblad. And out come the Panthers to the Leaf zone. Wired around the boards by Reinhart. Trapped on the near side by Verhaeghe. Puck goes free to Tanev. Tanev up against the boards, got it freed up, and Marner being hounded, but protects it well, and then gets it out at center ice. Tkachuk with 1:09 left in the period. Sends it into the Toronto zone. Tkachuk back of the net. Tanev got it back along the boards. Played back to the point, kept in by Florida. Near side for Barkov. Barkov closes. Shot it over top of the goal and off the boards. And glass, it comes to the point right side. Another shot, high and wide of the goal. Near side for Barkov. Down into the corner, back of the net, Tkachuk. Back for Barkov, back to Tkachuk. He's back of the goal. Onto the slot, a shot. That deflects wide of the Leaf goal. 37 seconds in the period. Leafs hanging on here. Barkov shot blocked. Barkov gets it again. Barkov blocked again. It goes wide into the far corner. Rattled around the boards. Barkov trapping again. 23 seconds to the point for Jones. Back into the slot. Diving! What a play made there! And I don't know who the Leaf was.
That was Austin Matthews, I think.
Thank you. Played into the center ice area. 9 seconds left as a shot down the ice by Toronto. And the Leafs are going to survive this part of the power play and send this game to overtime.
Joseph Wall solid on the penalty kill as well, Joe. There's still going to be a few seconds left to start overtime, where the Leafs, I believe it's 12 seconds, will remain. But take a look again, and boy, you know we talked about Morgan Rielly hitting the post. I think it glanced off Joseph Wall before that blast from the right wing circle, clanked off the crossbar and saved the Leafs. So we've had some strange goals, some ugly ones, and a lot of almost goals on both goaltenders that have hit iron and stayed out.
We are headed for overtime. The first time in this series. And we will ship it off to Jim Taddy along with Anthony Stewart to take you through our overtime intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Get
Get in and go to Maple Toyota, home of the 2025 Toyota Tundra. When you need a truck with the power to accomplish any task, go where adventure takes you with the 2025 Tacoma midsize truck, the most powerful, capable, and connected Tacoma ever. Both Tundra and Tacoma available in hybrid models. Visit the showroom for a test drive today. It's time to Toyota at Maple Toyota, near Canada's Wonderland in the Maple Auto Mall. Visit mapletoyota.com.
Part of the Zankin Auto Group.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in.
Overtime, Leafs fans. Overtime today. Look at this, 100,777 subscribers on YouTube. What a ride this has been, insiders. From the first subscriber when this channel was created till now. We have 5,000 plus Leafs fans in the chat hanging out with us, and our buds are going to overtime, looking one shot away from taking a 3-0 series lead. Remember that, insiders. But we've got to be loud in the chat. That was awesome getting the chat started there by the Pizzo. Thank you for that super chat and getting it going. We got to be loud. Now, it's time to play that SickKids video again because I absolutely love it and it absolutely fires me up and I can't wait. I need to be fired up some more. Can't you tell? Let's go. Cheers, insiders. Time for a poll. Right now while that SickKids video plays. Pikey, my man, brother, we did it. We've been talking about this for a long time, haven't we, my man? We're a long, long time, Pike. Thanks for being here. Thanks for believing in me. Thanks for those emails. Thanks for keeping me going. Thank you for helping me continue to build this dream and this group of people in this channel and this just everything. Go Leafs, go. Poll for the intermission. Let me know your pick in the chat. My pick for the Leafs goal in overtime, Max Domi. He's doing it again. I just have a feeling. Who do you think? I'm going to take some options out of the chat. Let me know in the chat who you think the Leafs are, who's going to score the goal. Give me some names. Making the poll right now. Go Leafs, go. Refill the drinks. Let's go. Little Johnny Walker, anybody? See, Mr. Brennan, I can't, the black labels is as good as I go, bro. I can't, the blue stuff, man, that's too much. But I can't wait to hang out with you one day. And we're going to do that in Toronto real soon to celebrate 100,000 with that play button. We're going to have it, and we're going to have it available. I want every single insider to be able to take a picture with that thing in Toronto. Let's go! Names in the chat. Let's go. Willie. There's Willie. I see Willie. There's Matthews. Okay. Mitch Marner. All right. Maddie. Okay. There's Mr. Roboto. Cheers, Roboto. You the man. Wrench. Yes, the wrench. Speaking of wrenching, I gotta go hold it down, but the wrenches are holding down the other streams right now while we party it up here, insiders. Okay. Willie called, Mr. Roboto called the wrench, the OG wrench here in the house. Mr. Roboto says Max Domi, like me. All right, polls going up. Go Leafs, go. We're going to talk a little bit more about it and get ready for that intermission. Let's go, buds.
Scores! Morgan Riley banks it off a Florida player. The Leafs have tied the game midway through the third. Holy mackerel, what a turn of events.
Oh, yes, guy. Tied at 4, going to overtime. Jim Taddy, former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, that was a marvelous third period by the Leafs, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. They found a way to get back into the game, and we talk about the pendulum of justice or the pendulum of bounces swinging back in the favor of the Toronto Maple Leafs. You saw on one of the goals going off of Morgan Riley's stick, and then in the third period, what a beautiful pocket pick by Matthew Nyes to sort of keep the puck in the zone for the Florida Panthers. Gets it down to Austin Matthews, who throws it to Morgan Riley, who just puts it on net. And that's what the playoffs is all about. It's about lucky bounces, timing, and opportunity. You got to be good to be lucky and lucky to be good. And in a game where you thought the Florida Panthers were maybe going to cruise in that third period to an easy win as they were out skating, outpacing, playing a bit of a physical game and just winding down the Toronto Maple Leafs, Toronto found a way to get it done. And they've been doing that all playoffs, and they've set themselves up now to go up 3-0. And a game where you thought they were down and out, they've answered the bell as they've done most of the season.
And there's that resiliency again. I mean, they lost 10 for a period of time in that period. And you're thinking, wow, this doesn't look good. And they just kept battling. They didn't, bend but not break again. And they actually took the play to the Panthers, I thought, in that third period. That this game could be over in either direction, quite frankly. But on we go to overtime. But that was a real piece of resiliency, wasn't it?
It was, and they've been doing that all season, and kudos to sort of the defenseman, right, who's sort of been struggling a little bit. I think it was a much better paired by Benoit there, and just sort of responding and, adding a little bit of physicality by getting the puck out. And the Leafs D have been getting pounded for the last 4 or 5 periods. I feel sorry for them. The ice bags right now, they're sort of backing the truck in to get some extra ice, but that's what it's about. When they win the Stanley Cup, in today's National Hockey League, you got bruises, it's blood, there's all this other stuff there too. It's not easy, but they're not bending, they're not breaking, as you mentioned. They're finding a way to answer the bell. They're not getting pushed around. They're answering the bell with regards to the physicality department, doing it within the confines of the rule, and the resilience has just been the story for the whole entire season for this group as they continue to build towards winning more playoff series.
So the Leafs have been out hit 62-39. In that third period, they actually out hit the Panthers for the first time 16-15. So, there is a big welt on literally every Maple Leaf.
Oh, I'm sitting here complaining about my elbow. I got a little bit of bursitis here, too. I cannot fathom just every time you touch the puck, most likely you're going to get hit and pounded. But it's working for Florida as they just seem to slow Toronto down a little bit. But Toronto's done a good job at answering the bell and keeping the game close.
Do you have an overtime goal prediction?
Austin Matthews.
Oh, I'm going to go with Nylander. And the big guys have had little space, so maybe they're due.
Yeah, right, wrong, or indifferent. You're talking about this top line. I think as a group they have 6 points between the three of them. I think they elevate and get the game winner here.
Okay, we'll see. Coming up next, the out-of-town scoreboard. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
All right, so I'm going to let the SickKids Hospital video play here. But, man, all right, let's go. Let's go, buds. Let's get fired up. Man, ooh. What an overtime goal could do. I can't wait to see this chat. Let's go. Thanks for voting in the poll. Go, Leafs, go.
To every child and family who've needed us since 1875, and all who support us, our hospital needs no introduction. But just in case, it's SickKids. And it's our 150th birthday. Our mission has always been healthier children, a better world. The first children's hospital in Canada, SickKids. Pasteurizing milk to prevent disease 30 years before it was mandatory. The heart-lung machine that transformed open heart surgery. A pediatric kidney transplant in 1969. SickKids. SickKids. And SickKids. We discovered the gene for cystic fibrosis so patients live longer lives. And we just created the world's first Atlas of Cancer using machine learning to analyze 13,000 variations. Today, the hospital sees over 130,000 patients a year. We're a research powerhouse, a training magnet, attracting nearly 600 clinical and research fellows from around the globe every year. And we're the #1 publicly funded children's hospital in the world. We're celebrating 150 years of excellence, driven by philanthropy. What's next? Thanks to donors like you, we're going to keep healing Canada and the world. And we're going to heal the future.
Very dry soil. Sad.
Boom. I like it. There you go. We're still in commercial break as well. 100,796. I love it. Just got the notification there on my phone that Tom's game is over officially. 2-2 draw. Not bad. Not bad. Tom played well in the second half. All right. There you go. WTSI Sports Radio. Ear fudge. What? What? Man. All right. I love it. Shroom. Good stuff. All right. They're back talking the out-of-town scoreboard. The Jets up 2-0. We got that stream going as well. Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. Let's go. Come on, buds. Let's get that overtime winner. What a game we've had so far. 4 apiece. What a game.
Network.
Of course they're doing another commercial break. Another commercial break. There's Miss V. What's up, TSI? Okay, thumbs up. I love it. Miss V, thank you for hanging out with us. And thank you for sending that video from Las Vegas. The game when Mitch Marner scored that goal, she caught it perfect. Right on video. She sent it over to me on Instagram. Absolutely amazing. That's what we're doing here. I got to find it and play it, or at least I'll send the link to the short that we did from that one. You see the merch, the 100K merch. We want to see fans in the stands with TSI shirts on, all that, sending us videos from the games, all of that good stuff. That is all in the plans, as well as we had a very good idea that we're working on with sponsorships. It's going to be very, very interesting with SickKids and the sponsorships. Oh, yeah, because that's been, and I told everybody, the sponsorship thing, not happening unless you're willing to do a percentage of the sponsorship amount directly to SickKids Hospital in our campaigns. Done and dusted. This is what we do here with SickKids Hospital. Now I got to go check on those other streams and get ready to see. I think Max Domi. Let's see. In the poll, Willie Nylander. I mean, how can you not? Willie's been hot, man. Willie's been real hot. 37%. Austin Matthews at 30. God, man, Matthews, like Pike said, he hasn't done anything, really. He's done a few, come on, bro. Really? Really, dude? Come on, man. Like, this stuff, the haters are out tonight, man. It's so fun. Stop. Just get a life. Have fun. Would you? God. All right. What was I saying? I don't even remember. I don't know. I'm going to pin that link up there for SickKids Hospital and your donations. We're over $1,000 raised so far in the playoff pulse. We still have a donation from our percentage that we do every single month from every single game of Bracket Mania. Yep. That as well. Go Leafs, go. Here we go. Come on. I still think we got a couple more minutes, but come on, buds.
The Maple Leafs are going to overtime in a 4-4 tie with the Florida Panthers. They've won 2 and lost 1.
And when you look at the overtime heroes,
some of the great
Leafs,
all-star players of overtime history,
Max Domi and Simon Benoit. Now you go back to that series in 2023. The Leafs in the same spot that the Florida Panthers were in then. A win gives you a 3-0 series lead. Game 3 went to overtime in Florida, and it was Sam Reinhart scored the overtime winner for the Panthers. And you'll remember Nick Cousins eliminated the Leafs in Game 5 in overtime. But Florida has not played an overtime game so far in this is their first in the postseason. So eerily similar to what was going on in 2023. But the Leafs with a huge penalty kill. Well, we shouldn't say it's done yet. We've seen quick goals at the starts of periods between these two clubs. But the Leafs, a little bit of work to do here yet, as the penalty to Max Pacioretty needs to be killed off. And a face-off win should do that for the Leafs.
Morgan Riley from Matthews and Nyes at 10:56 to tie the game at 4s. Tavares has scored twice. Nyes has the other for Toronto. He started the game scoring 23 seconds for number 23 to start the game. He's pretty good at the end of periods, too. Yes. Well, here we go to overtime. Teams are at center ice. Leafs to the right. Panthers to the left. Official leans in. Puck is dropped. We're underway. Jones off a face-off win. Shoots it into the Toronto zone. Round on the boards. It's played back of the net. Let go there by McCabe. Puck back in. McCabe cuts it off. Chumps it up on the wing. And it's going to come out at center ice. And ahead for Pacioretty, who just stepped out of the penalty box, but he couldn't control the puck. But the Leafs have killed off the penalty. Brought back at center by Reinhart. Shot into the Toronto zone. Around on the far boards, it's going to go to Nyes. Nyes eludes 1-4 checker. Gets it up at center ice, just out of the reach of Nylander. But it is cleared high off the glass to center ice now by Florida. And then brought it over the line. A shot. Oh, what a good glove save. Made by Joey Wall off Anton Lundell.
Little confidence look there, too, wasn't it? As this is just banked off the right wing boards, and Lundell poked it past Morgan Riley to take it to the net, and Joseph Wall just snaps that.
Watched it right into the glove. Face off in the Toronto zone. Marchand, Lundell discussing something about the face off.
This has been the hottest line for the Florida Panthers.
Really has, yep. Matthews wins the face-off. Played off on the wing, and Marner trying to chip it ahead for Nyes. And they're going to call it offside by the linesman. So it'll be brought back out into the center ice area.
So he's got some unlikely heroes when it comes to overtime, but this is, to me, the most dominant game by the Matthews line, maybe in the playoffs.
Matthews has missed the target 19 times, which leads the NHL in missed shots. He may be trying to be too fine instead of just getting it on the net. Played off the boards to the line, not out. Batted by the Leafs, then to center before it was shot right back in again. Wall out of the cage to find McCabe. Wall had to do a little Irish two-step to get out of the way back of the net. Now here's Matthews in across the line, working wide, dropping it back for Nyes. Nyes barges in along the boards, lost the handle on it, and it is grabbed off then by Florida, and launch it into the center ice area, but the Leafs get it back again, punching it back towards the blue line. Puck in the center ice area now, and Toronto restores back at their own zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson with the lead pass in over the line. Willie Nylander into the near half boards, dropping it back a shot, and that was deflected wide off Pontus Holmberg's stick by goaltender Bobrovsky. Puck along the boards, comes back into the slot area, and it is cleared by Florida to center ice before Carlo shoots it right back in again. Holmberg down the boards, takes a hit and gets flattened, but he's back on his skates as it comes back to Riley. Centering pass went off Holmberg and went wide. Leafs get it back to Riley again, who sends a weak shot wide of the goal. Panthers with it again, getting it up on the wing. And it'll be played to the line and just out at center ice before Toronto tries to get it back into the zone. But now, again, a couple of turnovers, and Scotty Lawton is down the right wing boards. Lawton trying to work into the corner. Gets it back to the net. Lawton now for Yarncrook. Oh, he took an elbow right in the yap and went down hard. Puck comes along the boards on the near side, and it's back out into the center ice area. That wasn't a penalty?
Not now.
Here's Tanev working up on the wing for McCabe. Left wing feed, chipped in over the line, and Marner goes into the corner after it. Got a hit in on Seth Jones. Marner back of the net with it. Spun it into the slot, and the shot is into the glove of Bobrovsky off the stick of OEL.
And again, the Matthews line, right on the forecheck, get in, force the turnover, and control the puck. But oh man, yes. Did Sam Bennett ever catch Yarncroc with an elbow? Boy, Sam Bennett, I tell you, if I was him, I'd be buying lottery tickets every day.
No kidding. Or as long as he shares it with the referee, I think it'd be fine. But Draw in the Florida zone to the left. Matthews to take the face-off. The draw scrum, but controlled by Florida. Brought out by Sam Reinhart, who is lifting it high to the blue line. Batted back for Riley. Riley steps around one to get it ahead for Nyes, who gets it into the zone. Marner will forecheck here on Ekblad. Ekblad taken to the boards by Nyes, but the puck is pushed out at center ice. And on the left wing side, Alexander Barkov can't get into the zone cleanly, and the Leafs start back at center. Matthews to the line and in on the right side. It works in on the backhand into the corner, stops it up, looks in front of the net, now takes a shot. That was blocked, and it's cleared out and down the ice by Florida, and they'll go back, no icing. McCabe reverses the puck for Riley. Riley gets it ahead. Pacioretty's pass intercepted and shot back down into Toronto territory. Wall out of the cage to pump it around on the boards. Pacioretty involved in the battle there, and the Leafs are banking it out at center for Bobby McMahon. One hand's into the zone. McMahon had to go right by him, and now the Panthers get it out at center, only to have Jake McCabe send it back in, but not deep enough. Now Marchand in on the right side, and a shot rather by Schmidt. Excuse me, it was Nate Schmidt who got the shot away.
Nate Schmidt had 3 goals in the first 2 games in their series against the Tampa Bay Lightning, including what turned out to be the game winner early in Game 2. Shutout win for the Panthers. You talk about a guy that knows just get it to the net. Right now, it's another defenseman that has sent this game into overtime. Morgan Riley's goal midway through the third.
Draw in the Toronto zone to the left. Tavares and Bennett facing off. And Tavares scrummed the draw, got it into the corner, but Tkachuk gets there first, tried to center. That's knocked back. Here's Verhaeghe trying to take it to the net. He was knocked down. Puck goes around back of the net. Tanev is after it there. Puck goes along the boards back of the Toronto goal. Fed up on the wing. Tkachuk has his pocket picked by Nylander. Nylander's cruising through center. Off on the wing it goes to Pontus Holmberg. Tried to get it in front of the net and it was knocked away. Panthers get it ahead, but too far for Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe's around back of the net. Engaged in there by the Leaf defense. Marner, or at least the pass ahead for Nylander, but he didn't poke it past. Now here's a chance for the Panthers trying to get it freed up for Verhaeghe. Stolen back and played off the boards by the Leafs, and now Lawton will make sure it gets out at center. Panthers send it right back in again, but this might be icing. And even though I couldn't see the linesman with his hand up, I thought I made a hell of a call.
That's a rule that has been around a while.
I know that.
It was dumbed down.
Oh, yeah? Smarty pants? When did it come in?
1937.
No, it was 36. That wonderful
36,
year.
37.
36,
season,
37 season, yeah. All right.
Probably.
Probably. Not a chance. Face off in the Florida zone to the right. Matthews out there for Toronto. Scrums the draw, but Florida gets it into the corner. Jones played it up on the boards, but couldn't get it out. Nosek got it back of the net for Jones. Jones has played it out at center, and Marner traps it in the neutral zone and drops it back for Jake McCabe. McCabe up on the wing for Tanev, and down into the zone it goes. We're approaching 6 minutes played in overtime. Tied at 4s. Marner couldn't kick it in front of the net. Nyes and McCabe block it, and it's cleared out at center. McCabe broke his stick, and Tanev has to get rid of it and finds Benoit, who replaced him, and send it in. Here comes Benoit into the forecheck, but couldn't get the stick on the puck and quickly gets back to his defensive responsibilities. Leafs do keep it in, though, but Lawton had to roll off his stick. Brought to center ice and shot in by Sam Reinhart. Round the boards to the far side and fed around to the near wing. It's going to escape the zone and come to center. Kulikov for Florida. Right back into Toronto territory it goes. Reinhart taken to the boards. Rodriguez back of the net with it. Rodriguez trying to one-hand his way out in front. Lawton doing a good job protecting that. Back into the far corner, comes back to the blue line. Near side Kulikov shot. Deflected wide of the goal, harmlessly into the corner. Barkov trying to center off the stick of OEL. And up into the screen it goes to stop play.
This is really a continuation of the last 10 minutes, right? Where both teams not wanting to make that mistake.
Lawton made a good block in front of Wall off his skate.
Sometimes you got to be so careful, Joe, when you take a man in front, how your skate plates are angled.
Yeah, don't go north-south. You want to go east-west, don't you? Face off to the left of Wall. Puck in the corner. Tavares got it to the line, but it doesn't clear initially, and now it does. Pontus Holmberg got it ahead, brings it in over the line. Holmberg with a shot. That was stopped by Bobrovsky. Holmberg had his stick knocked out of his hands. Trying to regain it now. He's in front of the net if they can get him the puck, but it is grabbed off by Florida. They'll launch it high to center. Marchand had to try and stay on side, and the Leafs come away with the loose puck. Riley back of the net as changes are being made, I assume, as he stations himself behind the goal. Long lead pass. Deflects down into Florida territory. Bobrovsky left it back of the net. Far side for Bobby McMahon. McMahon into the corner for Domi. Back for McMahon and now Domi. Domi back to the point. Settling it down. Jake McCabe a shot. And that went just wide. Kept in by Tanev. Pumped around the boards. It'll come into the near corner. Into the forecheck there was McMahon, who forces it back of the goal. And he'll head to the bench. Kulikov waiting for his teammates to finish changing. Matthews' line is over the boards. Played down off a glove and off the glass and over the glass and into somebody's hands. And a stoppage of play with 12-12 left in the first overtime period. Gary Roberts' goal in the third overtime, I think, is the longest game I've done.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's off a face-off.
Matthews wins the draw. Got it back to Tanev. Tanev goes to his defense partner. Jake McCabe with a pass up the middle. Deflects to the line. Nyes gets it the rest of the way into the zone. Matthews into the forecheck, but the Panthers get it away. And now here is Barkov trying to come out with it. Forced wide by Nyes. Chopped at then by Mikkola just to get it out. Leafs have it at their own blue line. Again, changes coming. Shifts get shorter and shorter as this game goes on. Here's Benoit getting it up and sending it in. Pontus Holmberg into the forecheck, but can't catch up to Seth Jones. Jones with an outlet pass that went astray. Wow, what a generous wave off of no icing. And this has a turnover attached to it now. Oliver Ekman-Larsson to Tavares. Back of the net for Benoit. Benoit gets it out. Here's Nylander in. Wow, Willie got behind everybody again almost. Now he has it again for Tavares. Nylander sending it in around back of the net. How was that not offside? He took the pass almost about 5 feet inside the zone, didn't he? Here are the Panthers again. Shooting it right back in again. Wall glancing it over the boards, makes a nice little outlet pass for Holmberg. Holmberg got it ahead, and it's sent in then by Yarncrook. Yarncrook into the corner. Lawton misses a hit. The puck goes free, and out come the Panthers at center ice. Working in over the line, 3-on-3. Tkachuk sends it into the corner. Round on the far side it goes. Shot smothered by Wall.
Boy,
Jake McCabe has got the nerve of a riverboat gambler.
Well,
you explain.
That was, the rebound comes out and is right at the feet of Jake McCabe, who is almost nose to nose with Joseph Wall. And has no, I mean, you don't have time to turn and make a play with it, so he slid it right back into his goaltender. We see that Nylander was in fact onside, right?
Boy, it was close. It would have been reviewed, I think.
Bounced off his skate, and he was able to catch up to it and tried to go far side on Bobrovsky.
Face off with 10:28 to go in this first overtime. Coming in the Toronto zone. Lawton will take the draw against Nosek. And the draw scrummed. Nosek gets it back to the blue line, but it's coming out over the line. Shot back in by Florida, but the Leafs have a delay going here as they start out with it. McCabe up the middle and off a stick and into the zone. Cleared away by goaltender Bobrovsky. Shot back out and down into the Toronto zone, forcing Tanev back. Tanev banking it off the end boards. McCabe played it along the boards, and then it was intercepted, and the shot went just wide. Nylander circles back behind the goal. Here comes Willie. Out of his own zone, Nylander with speed through the neutral zone and hits the line. Got it in with a shot. That was off the stick and easily saved there by Bobrovsky. Back come Florida to shoot it into the Leaf zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson down the boards, let it go, and the Leafs break it out at center. In across the line, drop pass by Tavares looking for Benoit, but it was passed, was intercepted, and it's cleared back into the Toronto end. Barkov taking Benoit to the boards. Nylander ringing the boards with it to get it out, and Matthews finds Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg tried to make a little move with it, then a backhand by Matthews was kicked aside by Bobrovsky. Played right back down into the Toronto end. Marchand let it go or couldn't get it, and that brings Marner back to the attack. To Austin Matthews, left wing side shooting. That was blocked before it reached the net. Sent around the boards far side. Trapped by Carlo. Sent back in for Matthews. Curling out of the corner. Back to Carlo. A shot in traffic is blocked. And three of the Panthers will get it to center and get it into the Toronto end. Trying to drive the net was Lundell. Taken out efficiently there by Brandon Carlo. Played out at center then by Marner as the Leafs are trying to get a change going. Panthers are doing likewise. 8:35 to go, first overtime. Tied at fours. Panthers with four of them across the blue line to Tkachuk. Tkachuk down into the corner, a shot, and that deflected wide. Rebound back to the left point, kept in by Florida. Sent into the corner. Panthers trying to get it back at the net for Tkachuk. Rattled out in front, it goes to Bennett. Bennett at the top of the circle with a shot blocked. Rebound kept in. Bennett with it again. Down into the corner, coming out in front. Great poke check by Joey Wall. Cleared off for the boards and down into Florida territory. Icing waved off. McCabe back in his own zone. What a great poke check that was, Jimmy.
Johnny Bauer would have been proud of that.
Oh, would he ever. Tanev back for McCabe. Pass ahead, off a stick into the offensive zone. Tavares into the attack, can't come up with the puck. Played up on the wing, past McCabe to center. Barkov working in on the right side on his backhand. Drove the net. That is stopped. The puck is taken around back of the net and cleared out and down into the Florida zone. Tavares will pressure, but it's cleared back out into neutral ice. Bringing it in on the left wing now is Reinhart. Trying to drive the net. Stopped by Wall on the short side. Puck on the near boards. Back into the corner once more. Benoit chasing his man. Played back to the point. Walking the line, Forsling. Forsling shot high and wide. Side of the goal. Knocked to the front. Smothered by Wall. Well, for long enough. The whistle went.
Hey, we talked about how Joseph Wall didn't look comfortable in the first two periods of this game. And like game two, Joe, he seems to have found his stride. And he really hasn't had anything clear-cut in overtime or even in the third period. But you just see how he's handling pucks, like you mentioned the poke jack a little earlier. That's when you're feeling pretty good about your game. And you're able to do that. Sergei Bobrovsky, probably the best chance was Willie Nylander, right, coming off the right wing.
Yep.
We're at the point now. We have seen, whether it was Jake Sanderson or Simon Benoit, were innocent-looking point shots.
Never know.
Yep.
You're right.
And then the game in overtime.
6:56 to go. And Wall is at the bench having a little bit of nourishment. I'm assuming they are shoveling the ice. As John Tavares leads the Leafs in overtime goals. He's had 3. Benoit, Domi, Nyes, Lawton, Matthews, Riley, and Tanev have all scored overtime winning goals in their careers.
John Tavares with a pair in this game. Now has 5 here in the postseason. like we said, coming into this game, he'd gone 4 straight without a point. Now, certainly, that really reflect how he was playing. But early on was on fire in the Ottawa series.
Wall heading back to his goal. 32-30 the shots. It shows you how tight and even this game has been.
And despite the huge swings in momentum.
Face-off in the Toronto end. Matthews will take the face-off. Draw to the right of Wall. Not dropped yet. They're moving a little bit. Now the puck is won cleanly by Florida. Shot wide of the goal then by Mikkola, gone into the near corner. Marchand trying to get it back to the point, and he has. Jones gets it back into the corner on the near side. Tanev is in there to get it freed up. Now it comes to the side of the goal.
Boy, Austin
Matthews trying to get it back at the net.
Just couldn't get a handle on it. And eventually it slid towards his goaltender. Fortunately, no Florida player there to pick it off. Yeah. It was almost like the puck was sticking to the ice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. 6:41 to go in the period. Draw to the left of Wall this time, won cleanly. Here's Florida at the point. Jones to the right wing side. Rodriguez shot deflected off of McCabe. McCabe against the board, got it freed up, and now Nyes starts away for Toronto. Nyes at center. Did he get past center? No, he did not, says the linesman. And it's going to be an icing call, and Matthew Nyes is disagreeing.
Matthew Nyes had a huge goal in overtime to keep the season alive for the Leafs last year. Game 5 in Boston.
.625 to go now in the first overtime period. Face off to the right of Joey Wall. Matthews has been given a warning and now settles back in. And the draw one cleanly, and a shot was blocked before it reached the net. Marner playing it off the glass to center and racing after it. Nyes trying to break in on the backhand. Oh, what a save made by Bobrovsky. Back the other way it goes for Rodriguez. Rodriguez closes, can't get a shot. Then he does, and it hit his player right in the seat of the pants. Matthew Nyes with that explosive acceleration. And even though they've been on for a while, almost won it. Bennett gets it up on the wing, and it's shot down into the Toronto zone. Along the boards, cut off by the Leafs and launched high to center ice. Jones will turn with it there to play it back. Cut off there by Pontus Holmberg. Can't get into the zone. And then the turnover returns, and now Nylander gets down in over the line. He's taken down by Jones. Panthers get it back at center. Long wrist shot deflected wide of the goal by Wall. Back of the net for Bennett. Bennett trying to come out of the corner with it. Back to the point, closing with it. Kulikov shot it wide of the net. At the near point, it's Bennett sending it to the goal, blocked away by Wall. Leafs running around a little bit here, but it is cut off by Tavares. He couldn't get it out. Still back at the blue line, kept in. Kulikov back into the corner. Stick knocked out of Carlo's hands, but he'll have to regain it. Panthers at the point. Schmidt near side. Kulikov back to Schmidt. Schmidt on the left wing. Into the slot. A shot by Verhaeghe. That went off the mark wide. But good pressure here from Florida. Here's Marchand. Wrist shot coming. Scores! It goes off something. It goes up and over Joe Wall. And the little ball of hate has given the Panthers life in this series.
The Leafs had about 4 shifts in a row, Joe, where they were hemmed into their own zone. Like we said, when you start playing the law of averages, that's where Florida was eventually full marks for the fortunate bounce. As this is from the left wing circle, just thrown to the net. The Leafs sent it to overtime and a fortunate bounce. And the Florida Panthers are back in the series by equaling that in overtime. Final shots were 36-31 for the Panthers, but shot number 36 has them back in this series with a 2-1 Toronto lead. And taking a look at it again, who is it? It's Morgan Riley.
Goes off Morgan Riley
boy.
right in the slot. Yep.
Who says the hockey gods don't keep score, right? I mean, this is similar. It goes off his hip, then up in the air and over the head of Joseph Wall.
The shot initially, I think, was going well wide from Marchand, so they catch an enormous break.
And we said this earlier. I mean, this series, the number of ugly goals that we have seen in this series, both teams, has been incredible, and that includes the overtime winner here in Game 3.
So that means there will be a Game 5 back in Toronto next week. But before that, Game 4 will be in Florida on Sunday night, 7:30 start. We'll have that action for you and hope that you will join us at that time. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart standing by to dissect this one. The Leafs had a 2-0 lead, almost 3-0. But the Florida Panthers showed the heart of a champion. They marched their way back, took the lead. Morgan Riley sent the game to overtime in the third period. But a lucky bounce for Brad Marchand gives them the win in OT by a score of 5-4. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050.
Gear up for an MLS doubleheader this weekend.
All right. Oh, no. Tom's goalie jersey. Oh, man. It totally blends in. He's gone. He's invisible. Tom is invisible from his goalkeeping here tonight. The Buds, man, they could have used Tom and goal on that one, but really nothing Joseph Wall could have done on that one. We have a series, ladies and gentlemen. We have a series. 100,892 subscribers. We're so close. We're going to get to 101,000 tonight after the Jets, because they're up 2-0 representing Canada. But the Buds are only up 2-1. We're going to let the post game run as always. Tom, how did your game go, bro?
Tied 2-2. And yeah, I mean, it's just a tie 2-2.
Yeah.
And I mean, if the Leafs could win, it would make it pretty much a win in my opinion, but I mean, it's all right.
It is what it is. Sarah, what do you think?
I was gone half the time because I was inside concessions, and this guy was on his phone, and he was just talking while he was supposed to be doing concessions, but he didn't.
Maybe he was watching the stream with us. Maybe he was trying to hang out here. How about that? Why are you like being all weird with your teeth?
Because my teeth are white.
Oh, good. All right. Anyways, we've got to get to the post game. We're going to let it run as always. Thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. We had over 7,000 people hanging out with us, listening to the Leafs from all over the world. The result was not the answer that we wanted. Oh boy, here they go, getting the dog to come into the picture. There you go.
He's not in.
You can't see Johnny.
Wait, maybe I can pick him up.
All right, we're taking it back to the post game. Thank you all for being here.
Shut up.
We'll see you again, and we're going to see you for a Game 5 back in Toronto. So the second round will continue in Toronto. Tom and Sarah, say goodnight. Yep.
Because let's hit 101K today.
There you go. We're going to get that plaque. Go Leafs, go. Camera's about to die too. All right, heading to the stream over here, the Jets and Stars. We'll send you all over there after post-game is over. We're going to let the post-game run as long as it goes, because Leafs fans, that's what we do here, because that's when you really learn about the team, is in before and after the game and the research that you do on your own and that I do and all that good business. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Say bye.
Bye.
NHL Network Radio.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
You ain't first, you're last.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And the Panthers win at 5-4. Now a 2-1 series lead for the Maple Leafs. Jim Taddy, Anthony Stewart, and Jimmy Ralph kind enough to hang around. Ralphie, that's one of those games where, as you say, the hockey gods just look a certain way, and that's it. I mean, the Leafs have plenty to be happy about here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and so does Florida, because they're down, 2-0 early. They get down 3-1 in the second period, and they pushed big time. And for about 30 minutes, they absolutely owned the Leafs. Looked like they kind of tried to get into the defensive mode, and I mean, it almost worked, if not for the fortunate bounce in the Morgan Rielly goal. But you could see where that was, the difference between playing with the lead and chasing the game for Florida, the difference in how they played. But, you go back to 2023 now, a 5-game series then. Florida won the first game 4-2 since that time. That's 7 straight 1-goal games between these two clubs. So you would probably expect that's going to be the theme going forward. But obviously for Florida, I mean, they had to have this game, other than the obvious of going down 3-0. But you mount that comeback, you have that kind of effort. It would be absolutely devastating and almost impossible to have the belief you could win 4 straight if you don't win this one.
Yeah, Florida obviously earned the win tonight just with their play, and just sort of wearing down the opposition, most importantly, the D on Toronto. So is there any concern about a fatigue factor? They look like they're a little bit tired and retrieving some of the pucks tonight and even getting pucks out. They're almost unforced errors most of the game for Toronto.
Yeah, and you know what it seems to? It was, like I said, it seemed to be about 30 minutes, and it started about halfway through the first period and almost went all the way through the second. And I think that's where the fatigue came in, because Florida was everything. It was dump and chase and hit and dump and chase and hit. And I thought the Leafs looked fine after that. But then you got to about 3 or 4 shifts in a row in overtime that you started to think, oh, no, they're going to end it here, because they had so much offensive zone time. And even though, Willie Nylander and Matthew Nyes probably had the best opportunities in overtime, Florida's domination in the offensive zone for long stretches, you knew the Leafs were going to be in trouble if they weren't going to be able to weather it. But for Morgan Rielly to score in a fortunate bounce to tie it, and then a fortunate bounce goes off Rielly and in, it's like the hockey gods are sitting up there going, what are we going to do next game?
Yeah. And the Leafs have quite a book on that one. I find the goaltending is much like the game. There's a lot of ebbs and flows on both sides, right?
Yeah, I thought, again, and it was very close to, how Joseph Woll was in Game 2, where you thought for the first couple of periods, it looks like he's fighting a bit. And, the Nosek goal obviously wasn't a great one to give up. He sort of overreacted to it. Still didn't really get a good view as to whether it might have clipped something on the way in. But it looked like he was fighting it. You saw him go behind the net, knock one out in front, and that almost cost him. So at stretches, he looked like he did. But before he kind of found his groove near the end of the season, remember he had the back-to-back starts in Nashville and in San Jose, where he struggled. And that's, to me, where, he sort of flirted with that kind of confidence and that kind of look. Since taking over for Anthony Stolarz. But I thought he looked good in the third period. I know he wasn't tested a lot, and I thought he looked solid in overtime. And, did make the one good glove save, made a great poke check on a play. So hopefully, he's going to get better as this playoff goes on, because certainly the Leafs are going to need him.
The top line got on the score sheet tonight, collectively 6 points. Do you understand and really get sort of the the discourse about them, really producing and I think they affect the games other ways, but is this a game tonight where you're expecting, maybe Matthews to go end to end and try to make something happen, or they're playing a solid game where, they're affecting it other than scoring that big goal at the key moment?
Yeah, no, I thought they were effective, and I thought they, even on the Rielly goal, They were so good on the forecheck. Matthew Nyes lifts Marchand's stick. They're able to keep it alive, and seconds later they get the fortunate bounce. So I thought there were long stretches that they're so good because, Marner's sort of like the pickpocket, and then you got the two bulldozers in Matthews and Matthew Nyes where, they can play the body to get the puck back. So I thought they were really good. I thought it was, maybe their best their best game in the last 3 or 4 that they were great on the forecheck, and that's be honest. How you think you're going to have to beat the Florida Panthers, even though in the first couple of games we saw a lot of goals scored off the rush.
Ralphie, let's end on this. I mean, before the game, I'm sure a lot of us thought that the Panthers would win this game. Getting there was all the fun. Nobody could have predicted a 2-0 or a 3-1 lead. And then the onslaught that the Panthers delivered. I mean, really, none of this game is predictable, the one we just did.
No, but I think from, if there was any self-doubt in Florida after the first 2 games, I think they could look at this game and say, okay, this is how we play. This is how we go get them. And you don't always have that energy every night. I think, I think they were scared into it. Once they got down a couple of goals, I think it was, okay, boys, we got to get going or we could be embarrassed in this series and be out very quickly. And that's what I think they're going to be able to take a lot of confidence out of this game into Game 4. Although, Stewie, I don't know if you find it as funny as I do. You say, okay, that's how you do it. But sometimes the game doesn't allow it. The energy isn't quite there to sustain that, through the course of 60 minutes or, especially over the course of a series.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, right? And I think we just sort of have to, taper sort of the expectations. Like, it wasn't going to be a sweep, right? This is not Columbus versus Tampa Bay, a couple of years ago. I think, if I'm Toronto, I'm excited. The fact that you're going back home. Sorry, you have a 2-1 lead going into Game 4, bringing Game 5 back here, where it easily could have been tied or going the other way, down 2-1. So it's again, they've been playing some good hockey. It's a great series, and just how the playoffs go, it's anyone's game, and we'll see how they respond for Game 4.
And would you not agree that this, what we've seen in the first 3 games, there have been a lot of ugly goals.
Oh, the whole entire playoffs.
Yeah, you're right with the entire playoffs. But I guess you can go to the Ottawa series too. You see, Jake Sanderson's goal in overtime.
Yeah.
You saw Simon Benoit scoring off the face-off in overtime as well. Even Austin Matthews' goal to open the scoring in Game 6 in Ottawa seemed like it had a bit of an odor to it. But, that old adage of just throw it to the net, good things will happen. Boy, it depends on what side of the puck you're on. But, we've seen a lot of those. And, we saw some nice goals tonight. But, again, so many of those throw it to the net and hope. And that's how this one ends.
Ralphie, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
We'll talk to you soon, boys.
All right. Florida Panthers 5, the Leafs 4 in overtime. Marchand gets the winner. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Firefighter Finn McHose, that's a nickname, right? Needed help contending with a blaze of debt. He called Alpine Credits and a superhero was sent his way. Summoning water, she extinguished the fire and consolidated his debt into one low monthly payment. His floors may be wet, but his debt is under control. Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just license 12616.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
This is the year. Toronto will be marching the cup down our city streets, and Manicure Men's Grooming Lounge wants you to look and feel your best while you celebrate. Elevate your grooming game with manicures, pedicures, facials, wax, and laser hair removal. Check out Stark's Barbering at Manicure Plus 2. Book your appointment today. Let's party like it's 1967. Come in for a free men's express pedicure, manicure, and Manicure Plus. 4 locations in Toronto. Online at manicure.ca.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than...
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/claim now and get $100 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Leafs game night. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. So, Stu, I think we can understand the Florida side of this. They're back in the series. For the Leafs, came back after a tough second period, lose in overtime. How do they process this?
I think you just have to, almost turn the page on this, right? You can't do too much video and then sort of break down every single goal. Yes, I think they were a little bit fatigued in a lot of those goals. And, any game where you let in 3 goals in one period is probably not the best period. But, I think you got to look at it as if you're almost playing with house money at this point, right? You had the opportunity, one shot away from being up 3-0. You knew going into this series it wasn't going to be a sweep. You had to embrace the underdog role, and you've responded to and counterpunch it pretty much to everything that the Florida Panthers have thrown at you, right? A couple of bad bounces on 2 or 3 of those goals today, including the overtime winner going off for Riley again. Yeah. So I think you just got to almost just, control your smiles and cries, and you can't cry too much about this game. You smile and you look forward to the next one.
Absolutely, and you tell yourself you've got a 2-1 series lead and can go home with a 3-1 series lead. This is Leafs Game Night, TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app.
They've done it again! They've done it again! The New York Knicks take both in Boston!
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of SiriusXM.
The ego was out of control for the Celtics. It was amateur hour.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
They become scared in a big moment.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
That is not championship basketball. The Celtics are in disarray.
I have no idea what they're doing.
Live sports talk when you need it is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Frederick Anderson, number 1 goaltender with the Canes. Congratulations on the contract extension.
Yeah, good organization. I got high standards, and I want to push for that championship every year. And we haven't gotten to the ultimate goal, but we've been knocking on the door, and that's the perfect situation. Being on a team that's got those aspirations.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Steller. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
16 out of 32. If you know your math, that's 50%. In the last calendar year, Jake, 50% of the teams in the National Hockey League have made a coaching change. That is absolutely ridiculous. Either coaches in this league just suck. So they've been the scapegoats in this league for years and years and years, decades. It's an epidemic at this point.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
And stop making excuses for bad goaltending. And is it bad? Is it horrendous? If you don't win because you don't make a save or 2, yeah. The nature of it is the goaltender is responsible for 90% of the action. He's got to stop the puck. Why do we keep making apologies for goaltending? Stop it.
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Play TSN 1050, everywhere you want it.
Leafs game night. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. So, Stu, the ultimate question is, because Florida shuffled the deck for this game, is there anything you would change on that Leafs lineup?
Maybe Stolar's coming back, but we know that's probably not going to happen, right? And again, I think it's the process. The process was there tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and yes, Florida Panthers, they did dominate for essentially half the games, but you look at sort of how the series has been going. Like, they could have easily been down 2-1, so I don't think you do any panic moves. Maybe a shuffle. I saw that Pacioretty moved down, McMahon moved up for a couple shifts. I saw Holmberg getting some extra ice as well too. So you tinker with some small little things, but you're still up. You're still up in the series, and not a lot of people pick Toronto to be in this situation right now. So I think any major moves would sort of indicate a little bit of panic. So I don't think you see anything with regards to, Camp or Robertson coming in unless there's some injuries or some illness. I think you roll the exact same lineup going in to Game 4.
And for Nyes and Nylander, maybe a sleepless night. They both had opportunities to end it, but quite frankly, I didn't think they had enough space.
No. I think Nylander could have drove in a little bit more too, right? But again, going back to that Ottawa series, we knew eventually Allmark was going to have a great game, right? And Bobrovsky was dialed in. It wasn't his best game, but he was due for a rebound type of game too. So I think you just got to sort of go over a little bit of the game tape, but just, hey, you know what? It's a series here. We knew it's not going to be an easy one. You just have to find a way to respond. And the good thing is now you're playing back-to-back games in Florida. You don't have 2-3 days to mull over this. If you come back 2-2 and you're playing Sunday, the next game's not till Wednesday, I could understand that's going to, put a little bit of pressure on you, but you put this one sort of to the back of your mind and you get ready for Game 4.
Stu, thanks very much. Florida wins at 5-4 in overtime. Leafs game night, TSN 1050, and the Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
To do that. Obviously, we've practiced our game and honed our skill set for years and years and years, tens of thousands of hours of honing our skills. But emotionally, mentally, what prepares you to play in those moments and perform when you're expected to? That, I think, is what really defines a Game 7 moment for the players that have excelled in Game 7 moments. And what are those life lessons that we can teach our young boys and girls and the skill sets required to do that? The breathing, it's being able to slow your heart down and your blood pressure goes up and your decision-making is rash and concentration varies because of all of it. What allows you to kind of really slow down and use your God-given talent, and then obviously the repetitions through your whole life that you know you can do it. You just got to be able to do it when it matters most. It's like hitting a home run and, like Aaron Boone did, or doing something special at the right moments. And I think the educational part of the docuseries is really fascinating to me there, to help our young boys and girls who will be faced with big decisions in their life. And you don't have to be a sport fan to have a Game 7 moment in life. Everybody's faced with decisions that are going to alter the trajectory of their lives in one way or another there. And we're trying to figure out what those skill sets are.
What does it feel like to lose a Game 7?
Fortunately for me, I never experienced what the Oilers did last year, of going all the way to the end in a championship game and losing in a Game 7. Anytime you get to a Game 7, it's a hard journey to get there. Two teams, evenly matched. It's been a war. It's been a tug of war. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's tired. And then to lose that is devastating. I think about my own experience in Game 7, winning 7 of them. The 2 still hurt to this day. What could I have done different? You always say that you got to lose in order to understand how to win. I do agree with that. I think there are lessons in loss and in failure, both as a team and as an individual. If I had my preference, I would have liked to have learned those lessons while I was winning. But unfortunately, that's just not the way it is. But I look back at it now and just think about how grateful I am for all the lessons in wins and the losses, because it really ends up defining who you are as a person and as a player.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931, Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951, Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931, Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951, Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931, Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951, Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931, Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951, Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers and New York Rangers, Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on the morning skate for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91 to discuss the pressures of Game 7 after having played in 9 Game 7s himself, winning 7 of them, and how you can either thrive under pressure or crumble underneath it.
I must look at Game 7s, Mark, like I do overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs or overtime in any sporting event where you've got so much pressure on you and every play gets magnified. Could you, during the course of your career, and you don't have to name names, but could you look around the dressing room or could you look on the opposing bench and could you figure out those that wanted to be the hero and those that just wanted to avoid making the mistake? I mean, was that plain for you to see that there were those that wanted the puck on their stick with the game on the line that could thrive under pressure, and then you had the opposite as well?
I felt myself in those moments there defaulting to the more defensive side of the game. And then I played with my right winger who I won 6 Stanley Cups with, Glenn Anderson. He was the kind of guy that was trying to, really drive hard offensively and take the game and try to score the winning goal. And we're on the same line. Maybe that the difference of us in our mentalities work perfectly. But everybody's wired different. Everybody's got fear, failure. The best have that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to internalize those feelings, but you can't let them paralyze you. And it's for me, going into a Game 7, I allowed myself to visualize what if we didn't win, leading up to the game, and then slowly as you get closer to the game, you allow yourself to kind of push the negative feelings aside and you start to fill yourself up with all the great things that are going to happen and what you need to do to execute the game plan. And of course, ultimately to seeing yourself, holding the trophy. And then as the game starts, all the negative and the positive go away. And then you drill yourself down into, just executing the game plan. And, you don't think about the what ifs and what should have been or what could have been. You just really kind of play in the moment. And I think trust becomes a massive word when you think about it. Can I trust each one of the players that are going out there to not only to do their part from a strategic standpoint, be in the right position, be in the right places at the right time, but not get undisciplined and take poor penalties at the wrong time because their ego is bruised and someone took advantage of them, then being able to hold all that in check. So there's just so many dynamics to think about for a team in order to overcome all the obstacles to win a championship. And it's fascinating to me. It's one of the reasons I was able to play 26 years, because once you do it, you understand how fun it is, but also how complicated and intricate it is to kind of get not only the team from a physical standpoint to come together, but how a team comes together emotionally, mentally, and the spirituality around a team and the respect that lives inside that locker room is incredible.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
Tampa Bay Lightning head coach John Cooper stopped by for a morning skate with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 91 to talk the keys to his success over the years and the challenge of getting to the Stanley Cup Final 3 years in a row.
John, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit self-analytical and, being in the business that you're in and knowing how successful you've been and what drives you and motivates you. What do you think has been the key to your success over the years? I mean, every league you've been in, you've won, you've had the staying power, and you've had all kinds of championship pedigree. If you say, hey, look, I'm still going strong, I'm still chasing another ring, what is it that keeps you going, and what is it in particular that you feel has made you as successful as you've been?
I would say there's a couple things. Internally, it's the fire is still burning. As I think that first and foremost is the biggest thing, because when you lose your passion for it, and I've watched it happen to people, then you might as well you should get yourself out, because you're just doing yourself and your team a disservice. So that passion is first and foremost the big thing. I would sit here say on the other side of things, like Jeff Vinik as an owner, and it kind of goes back to the previous question about stability, and that's one of the things we've had. And so Julian Brisebois was my general manager in the minors and now the NHL. So we've been together for how many years? We had Steve Yzerman in the early part of that, and he kind of was like the mentor. He was the actual one that brought me in, but we've had that stability. Only two GMs, but both of them work together. We've had one owner, one coach, basically, since I've been there, one captain, and it's this core group of guys that have all stuck together. And I think we've kind of, I don't know how to explain it, you've kind of passed the coach-player relationship because we've been there so long, and we all just have this common goal of what we need to do. And there's a lot of pride, a lot of passion with the group of guys we have, and then Julian's done a great job of kind of filling in. And when I say fill in, it's like getting the Nick Pauls, getting the Brandon Hagels, guys that are still long-term guys but that weren't, pseudo-drafted into our system. And it's, we've been really fortunate that it's worked out the way it has. But I truly believe the stability, the belief, and the passion of the same group of people that have been together, and that's what's really helped us. It takes its toll, both physically and mentally, and I give our players credit, to come back and make the playoffs the next year. But, now we've been one and done for 2 years. We've had some breaks. We've had a little bit of turnover, and we need to get back. We need to get back to those, making some runs in the playoffs. And but I will sit here and say, I'd be remiss to say, those years, they do take a toll, and maybe it has taken a toll in the last, couple of years on us. And but I can tell now that, a couple of years of being bounced in the first round, it's just a different vibe coming in, especially this year of seeing all the players. And there's an energy I haven't felt in a while, and I think part of that is because we have been bounced, in the last 2 years.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
Iron Mike Keenan, former NHL head coach, came on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91. He was on to promote his new book, Iron Mike, My Life Behind the Bench, and he took some time to talk about his career, specifically the regrets and the influences.
When you get a chance to sit down now and you think back on all these times, any regrets?
Yeah, of course you have regrets. I had the heat turned up quite a bit at my own distraction. So I could have, and I evolved, and even Greg, you just mentioned Greg Gilbert. He said, Mike, you're completely different here in New York than you were in Chicago. So you learn from your own mistakes. And for some reason, I was so driven. I took it personally if we lost, personally. And I was miserable. And I could have probably managed the principles of my coaching career and what I thought was important, that I would always stay intact with those. But the methodology could have been turned down a bit and probably
a little too intense?
A little bit smoother.
A little too intense?
At times, for sure. For sure.
Now, big names, Scotty Bowman, Roger Nielsen, Tom Watt. I mean, I don't know, mentors, friends. How did they all influence Mike Keenan?
Well, first of all, I played for Tom at University of Toronto, and then we developed a close relationship, and I would talk to him a lot about coaching. Now I'm in Peterborough. He'd come and see me, and we developed sort of a minor league team for him, because the guys that couldn't play for U of T right away, like Mike Polino, come out to play with me in Oshawa. And so we developed a relationship that way. But we talked a lot about hockey. He taught me more about hockey than anybody else. And then Roger and I had a relationship through Peterborough. We're getting now into sort of the technical part of video replay and how that. And then I got Scotty Bowman, the greatest ever. He hires me for the first time. Probably saw a little bit of himself in me. And he's calling me in the middle of the night after every game. He drives home from Rochester, and at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'm not exaggerating, sometimes an hour conversation in the middle of the night. Why did you put Bob Mongrain on the penalty killing at that time? Like, okay, Scotty. But he was just, and he would test me all the time, and I just give him a firm belief in what I thought was right, and he respected that. So it was interesting and then we became friends over the years. It was a real 3 guys that really influenced my career.
That was Iron Mike Keenan, former NHL head coach and author of Iron Mike, My Life Behind the Bench. He was in conversation with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
Former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan came on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, and he was asked about the long Alexei Kovalev shift during his time in New York, and he shared his side of the story about the skilled offensive talent that was Kovalev.
The Alexei Kovalev shift. I've heard 7 minutes. I've heard 9 minutes. Hey, you stay out there. You kind of figure it out. Describe to us what went into that. How long was a shift? Certainly Kovalev was a talent, that's for sure, but he was a bit of an enigma.
Super talent.
Yes.
And talented people sometimes are elusive. And Alex, I try to explain to him, you're getting 20 minutes, and I don't want the shifts to be 1 minute, so you have 20 shifts. I'm going to give you 40 shifts at 30 seconds so you can build the intensity up. Understand? Yeah, I understand, Mike. Goes out there. Of course, it's a minute and a half. I said, now, Alex, the guy that's supposed to be playing behind you just missed a shift because now we're going to the next rotation. You're out there for 2 rotations. Okay, Michael. So... Again, next thing, does it again. So I said, oh, my God. So I said, okay, guys, this time when he comes back to the bench, it's now going to overextend his shift. He's going to be a little tired. Don't open the doors. He comes over, and I said, get out. He thinks I love him now. Get back out there, I said. So then he comes over again. And now I said, guys, he's going to want to climb into the bench because he's done. I said, when he comes over, puts his leg up, push him back out. And they pushed him, but now they are laughing on the bench. This is in New York City. Right during the game. Back there. So Alex figures it out. He scores a goal in the middle of this shift. Wow. He gets himself a rest. Stays out there. Finishes the period. So I think it's about 9 minutes. I walk off the bench. I said, Mess, explain it to him, will you, please? He said, I will. Don't worry. I'll look after it. So as a result, we fast forward now to the playoffs in Game 6, playing New Jersey. In the Jersey series, I double shifted him. When we had to come back, and he was electrifying. Mess got the 3 goals, but Alex was a horse. And it's very talented, powerful. And the problem was he was so efficient that he could stay out. But he didn't grasp the concept of just picking up the intensity. You could see him. He could dangle and hang onto the puck, and nobody could take it from him. He was resting while he was out there. So
in essence, it was a bit of a training ground for what was to come against the Devils at the most important time.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it turned out to be a good lesson for him because that's what he did in that game. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I said, Alex, I'm going to double shift you. Get ready. Don't be out too long.
That was former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan in conversation with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin for the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Friday, May the 9th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7 p.m., Florida Panthers take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Panthers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 931. Leafs on Internet 946. 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg Jets face the Dallas Stars. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Stars on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 928.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
Former Buffalo Sabres head coach Don Granato was on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for Sirius XM NHL Network Radio Channel 91 to talk about how different today's athletes are, as well as what it's been like to watch Austin Matthews grow.
It's really a switch in the last 10 years. The first birth year I had at the national team program was 95 birth year. So it was JT Compher, Tyler Mott, that group. You have them for 2 years, so the next birth year coming in was the 97s, which was prolific. It was Austin Matthews and Matthew Tkachuk and McAvoy and Hanifin and Werenski. And I remember talking to the coaches back then that this birth year is way different than the 95 birth year. And this summer, ironically, I picked up a book that titled The Anxious Generation. And I thought it was very well documented, and the author used the iPhone. And the iPhone came out in 2008 or 6, somewhere in that range. But social media didn't hit hard on the iPhone where you could rate a kid's looks if you're a high school student. And so judging other people on a social media app on the iPhone was about 2013. And so now you think about all these kids going to high school, and we never had this. They can be made fun of on social media. They don't even know it, and they're walking out of a classroom and people are laughing. Yeah. So it's a different world we all live in because we're all criticized and compared to more and faster. And with that, you need to balance that with support. And I think, lots of coaches that have gone that I watch around the league in the NHL, there's a lot of great coaches and a lot of good young coaches that are really good at that. The X's and O's, I say to people, are easy now. When the X's and O's are a very simple part of hockey. It's connecting with people and getting people motivated and excited. And that's changed dramatically. X's and O's became big when video hit the computer. You could watch 100 or 1,000 forechecks over and over and over and say, okay, these are the key components on a forecheck. And so, you didn't have to be in the NHL to become better at that. So that's the easy part. I just can't imagine doing this or that I did it. I called Brian Matthews one time in Austin's U17 year. And I said, Brian, do you have any idea how good your son is? And his reply was no. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you? What is this conversation? And I had to explain to him. And I said, I think this is what's going to happen to Austin. I said, you honestly have to prepare for your life to become very chaotic and crazy. And lo and behold, he gets drafted in Toronto instead of some different market. And we know how crazy it can be here.
Oh yeah.
But and then the last thing I'll say on it is I remember leading up to the draft, lots of people said, can he handle Toronto? And I thought, absolutely, no problem. And the biggest thing for me is when a young player comes in the league, and we talked about earlier, if they're a -2 or -3 and they have a really tough night, you get to know how they're going to respond. And some that breaks their confidence, and maybe they need a stint in the AHL. You got to get them out of the pressure. But Austin was so good that if that happened, and when it's happened in his career, it doesn't hurt his confidence. He knows that he's in that category of player that I know I can redeem myself just get me to the next game now. And they can do, the best players can do that. And that's a different echelon of player at the NHL level that can do that. So if you look at the top players in the NHL, their confidence is not going to break. The guys right under that, they have a bad night, they may not want that next game.
MLB